Chapter 276. Hong Yu was completely stunned. His eyes became more and more dazed as if he had never thought of this before. Even his body began to tremble. Could it be that I really did something wrong? I don't know if it's right or wrong, but... Shen Ying's expression darkened. Everything has to be combined with theory and reality, right? Aren't you one of the earliest gods? Looks like you've never been reincarnated, right? You see, you've never been reincarnated, so how do you know it's not good? Shening patted his almost transparent body. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you emerge victorious. Why don't you enter samsara and experience it first? The confusion on his face became more and more serious, but it was no longer as hopeless as before. Although he still couldn't figure it out, his soul body no longer turned into fluorescent light. Mengpo was overjoyed. She quickly waved her hand and Hong Yu transformed into a stream of light that flew into the river of forgetfulness and entered the cycle of reincarnation. Not bad, you're good at bluffing. The corner of Lonman's mouth twitched as he nudged Shening. Father Nyo has taught me well. Bah! I didn't teach you that. Sure enough, sect leader is the best. Mengpe held on to Shen Ying's hand, looking very happy. Actually, to this world, every soul is very important. If he really doesn't want to reincarnate and disperses his soul, I'll be in trouble. Without reincarnation, can the living beings of the three realms really live forever? Lone Moon asked curiously. Granny Meng shook her head. Actually, there is a limit to how long a soul can exist in this world. If it lasts too long, it will slowly be consumed until the soul dissipates. The immortal God's Tao of cultivation only strengthens the soul and prolongs this period of time. On the other hand, the river of forgetfulness could allow the soul to return to its original state, if there was really no reincarnation. It won't be long before there will be no more living beings in the three realms, let alone eternal life. So that's how it is. You should have told old man Hong Yu earlier. I've already returned to my main body, and I'm unable to interfere in the affairs of the three realms any longer. So, this matter can't be decided by me. As if she'd seen through his thoughts, she added. Lone Moon looked around. Oh yes, where's Godfiend? He asked us to look for you. Now that we've found you, he should be coming out. Of course I'm here. As soon as his voice fell, a heavenly voice rang out. In the blink of an eye, a familiar figure landed in front of the two of them. Long time no see. The fiend celestial smiled amiably. I have to thank the two of you for finding Granny Mang. Only then can the three realms be at peace. Cut the crap. We've already found him. Shouldn't you tell us how to connect the two worlds? Lone Moon asked anxiously. Of course. The god fiend laughed. With a wave of his hand, a scroll appeared in front of the two of them. This is the method to set up the formation to open the gate between the two worlds. As long as you pass through this array, you will be able to return to your world. Lone Moon took the scroll. He did not expect the god fiend to give him the method so easily. He had left his original world for too long. If not for Shen Ying's sudden appearance, he would have forgotten everything there. We just need to set up an array. Shening looked at the scroll curiously. Don't we need a pass? Pass? The god fiend hesitated. He did not seem to understand what she meant. After a while, he added, connecting the two worlds requires a lot of god power. So we need to open the realm gate in the divine realm. He waved his hand. Immediately, two exits appeared in front of the two of them. This is the exit between the divine realm and the immortal realm. Stay in the divine realm or return to the immortal realm. Please think twice. Shit, he knew it would not be so simple. They could only choose one of the two. You mean to say that we can't go to the other after choosing one? Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. The god fiend stiffened. Then, he smiled even more brightly. Of course not. It's just that it takes a long time to open the interrealm array. And it consumes a lot of cultivation. You have to be at least a divine supreme to open that array. Oh. Shen glanced at the god fiend. Something flashed across her eyes. She did not continue speaking. Then let's return to the divine realm first. Lone Moon made a decision quickly. Chef was still there anyway. It would not be too late to study the array later. Since that's the case, the two of you can return to the divine realm through the exit on the right. The god fiend pointed to the right. Lone Moon and Shen exchanged a look. Then, they turned and walked to the right. Just as they were about to step through the door, Mengpa suddenly spoke. Sect Master, huh? The two of them turned around subconsciously. Mengpa stared blankly at Lone Moon. An unreadable emotion flashed across her face, and her hands seemed to tremble by her side. A moment later, she smiled brightly and said, Sect Master, Elder Lone Moon, can I still return to Invincible Sect to see you? Lone Moon frowned. But he still nodded. Yes. Even if she was no longer short ye. Thank you. Her smile deepened. But there was something in her eyes. Her smile did not reach her eyes. She waved at the two of them. Goodbye, Sect Master. Goodbye, Elder. Their only sword cultivator disciple was gone just like that. Lone Moon sighed. Then, he turned and was about to step through the exit. Wait. Shen suddenly pulled him back. She turned back to glance at the reluctant Mengpa, then looked at the god fiend beside her. A moment later, she said, God fiend, this exit wouldn't be the plain door, would it? Just as she finished speaking, a white light flashed behind her. The door that had only 1 foot through suddenly moved towards the two of them. In an instant, it swallowed them up. They could even vaguely see a certain someone's panicked expression. In the next moment, the scenery in front of the two of them changed. A passionate voice accompanied by a few beeping sounds came from the front. Do the two of you need a taxi? It's the cheapest in the entire film city. Which hotel are you going back to? A middle-aged man walked past the passenger seat and stuck his head out towards the two of them. You're still wearing ancient clothes. Did you just finish work? Shen Lone Moon, this is modern times. MMP. A month later. I've seen it. The scroll that the god fiend gave me did not contain any array at all. It's empty inside. Oh. He did it on purpose. From the beginning, he planned to send the two of us back directly after finding Mengpa. This scum who destroys the bridge after crossing it. He even pretended to swear some heavenly Tao oath. I've only just thought it through. He's an existence equivalent to the heavenly Tao. Oaths are useless to him. Oh. Shen tapped on the computer while opening a bottle of Coke. And I've clearly spent hundreds of years in that world. Only 4 or 5 days have passed here. This time difference is too big. Oh. Shen looked up at him and sighed. So, you came to find me for this? Of course not. His expression darkened. I went back to the company recently and discovered some things. With a heavy expression, he picked up the iPad beside Shen and opened a video. He pushed it in front of her. Look. Chapter 277. There was a video on the tablet. Lone Moon was standing on the stage, introducing something in a low voice. His voice was sometimes high and sometimes low, accompanied by all kinds of repetitive music. This was a ghostly video. Father Nyo was watching this too. It's filmed quite well. Shining gave an evaluation. Well, my ass. Look at this face. He pointed at the video and then at himself. It's exactly the same as me now. And then. This is a video from 2 years ago. Lone Moon pointed at the title of the video. I remember this was before I transmigrated, at a game conference. I hadn't transmigrated then and hadn't cultivated the body refinement technique. I shouldn't have looked like this. With that said, he switched the video back to Baidu and searched for a bunch of news about himself. Without exception, all of his photos turned into his current appearance. Look at the photos above, they're all exactly the same as me now. And when I went back to the company, no one felt that there was any change in my appearance. Oh. Shining thought about it carefully before replying. Maybe it's the plane's automatic error correction function. Shining continued typing on the keyboard as she replied, You're originally from this world. Transmigrating was just an accident. You didn't go through the proper procedures. Now that you're back, you have to rationalize your existence. Automatic error correction. Lone Moon faltered. That means, apart from you, everyone will think that I've always looked like this. Shining waved her hand. Don't worry, it won't affect you. How do you know all this? Shining looked calm. Isn't this common sense in the plane? Common sense my ass. Why didn't he know there was such common sense? Wait. Lone Moon thought about her words carefully. You said that I didn't go through the proper procedures when I transmigrated. That means, there's a proper transmigration procedure in this world. There is. Her eyes shifted. Is there or isn't there? I don't know either. Shining shook her head. I don't have much contact with planes. I haven't graduated yet. Is there a place to learn such things? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. Where did you learn it from? Shen Ying's hand stiffened. Even the sound of her typing paused. An indecipherable emotion flashed across her face. After a while, she said, It's better that you don't know. Lone Moon glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. Suddenly, he thought of something. Could it be your sister? Her entire body trembled. Where is she? Take me to her. I don't know. She often doesn't come back for a month or two, but... She turned her head and said seriously, You'd better not see her. Why? Lone Moon hesitated. How was he supposed to understand all these things without seeing her? No, I have to see her. I'll wait here for her to come back. Shining frowned. This is my house, you dash. Before she could finish, Lone Moon tapped lightly on the iPad. In the next moment, Shen Ying's phone rang with a notification. DD. Received WeChat transfer of ***** yuan. Alright, Father Nyo. No problem, Father Nyo. Her eyes lit up. Which room do you want to stay in? Would you like a cup of coffee, with milk or sugar? King retard. Lone Moon rolled his eyes at the pauper. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the computer in front of Shining. Oh yes, I saw you typing non-stop just now. What exactly were you doing? Wait, isn't this our company's backend database? What do you want? Nothing much. Shining chuckled. I just deleted some useless information that was stored in your server last time. Information. Lone Moon's expression darkened. Why did I see that you opened the online game database? Shining coughed. I also changed my online game data. Damn you. Don't change the game data just because others won't find it. Shining had already reopened the game interface and logged in. In less than 10 seconds, with a thud, she landed on the ground and turned into a box. Lone Moon, who was about to stop her, straight-faced. This game's skill was completely inversely proportional to hacking skills. It was really refreshing. How on earth did you do it, turning into a box the moment you landed on the ground? Indeed, 10 times the defense is still not enough. Why don't you change it to 100 times? Enough, you might as well change it to invincible. Degree. Lone Moon took a deep breath and looked at the person in front of him who had completely turned into an internet addict. His expression darkened and he sighed. Shining, don't you want to go back to that world? Shining paused and finally looked up from the computer screen. Father Nyo, do you want to go back? He faltered for a moment and clenched his fists by his side. After a while, he sighed and said, yes. Although only 4 or 5 days had passed here, he had lived in that world for hundreds of years. He had long gotten used to life there. Even though he originally belonged to this world, to him now, it was this world that was foreign. Everything he was familiar with was already in another world. I want to go back. Oh. Shining frowned. After a while, she said, but, even if I have a way to send you back. If you are alone, the God Fiend will still send you back. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He seemed to have just thought of this problem. That's why you have to go back with me. I can't stay there for too long. Shining shrugged. Why? Because. Shining was just about to explain when she suddenly remembered something. Her eyes widened. Oh yes, what's the date today? What time is it? Lone Moon faltered. He looked at the electronic calendar at the side and said, isn't it the 10th? It's almost 12. Shin Ying's face paled. She stood up abruptly. Oh no, go out for a while. Hurry. What? It's too late. Shining was just about to push him away when she looked at the time and pulled him back. Hurry and hide. Wait. Before Lone Moon could react, she pressed him under the table in the next moment. What the hell? In the next moment, there was a beep on Shin Ying's computer. The screen flashed and a figure that looked very similar to Shining appeared on the screen. Little Ing. A low female voice sounded. Shin Ying's whole body stiffened. She turned around as if her whole body was stuck. She forced a smile and called out in a low voice. Big sister. Why do you still look so pale after resting for a few days? The person on the screen frowned. Did you slack off again and go somewhere to have fun? No. Shining immediately sat up straight. She shook her head like a rattle drum and straightened her back. I didn't go anywhere. I've finished all the follow-up work. Really? She sweated profusely. Chapter 278. The person on the other side nodded and did not ask any more questions. She changed the topic. What's the result of the analysis of the space storm in Area T98? I've already uploaded it to your account. Good, you handled it well this time. That's why you have more than a month off. But don't go overboard. You have to focus on work soon. Oh. You don't have much to do these few days. Don't stay at home. You have to go out for a walk. Do you want me to arrange a few places for you? No, there's no need. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back if you arrange it. Why? You don't like it? The person's expression darkened. Shin Ying's heart skipped a beat. She immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. No, it's just that. I only have 1 day left. It's better not to affect my work. Ha. I don't have to worry too much if you think that way. She nodded. I've already transferred this month's living expenses to your account. Check it yourself. Alright, sister. That's it then. There seems to be some problems around Area C recently. I'll come back again next month's Mid-Autumn Festival. I'll bring you some mooncakes on the way. Thank you, sister. Goodbye. The person on the screen nodded. Just as she was about to cut off the communication, her hands suddenly paused. Oh yes, who's that person beside you? Ha! Shen Ying's heart tightened. Her back instantly became wet. What? Who? The person's expression darkened. The one lying under your table. The one you're stepping on with your right foot. No, no one. Shen Ying struggled. Is that so? The person's voice turned cold. She waved her hand. Suddenly, a screen lit up in the room. It floated in all directions without any blind spots. The image also changed from the person on the screen to the image of Father Nyo being stepped on by her, unable to move. Shen Ying's toes trembled. She subconsciously retracted her right foot. Only then did Lone Moon climb up. He took a few deep breaths. Holy shit. The next time you step on someone, can you not make me face down? Murder. He was suffocating. Shen. Little. Ing. A bone-chilling voice rang out. He even added the word little in her name. Shen Ying felt a chill in her heart. Stay at home. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Wait, sister. Listen to me. Shen Ying reached out with Air Kang's hand, but it was too late. The screens around them all disappeared with a whoosh. Even the images on the computer returned to the scene where she fell to the ground and turned into a box. The entire room fell silent. Shen Ying felt a sense of desolation in her heart. She even felt like crying. Note, winky face, he had said 5 minutes, but in less than 2 minutes, the space in the room distorted, as if someone had forcibly torn it apart, and a hole as tall as a human appeared. This was tearing through the void. How could this be? Before Lone Moon could react, a person dressed in red, who looked 80% like Shen Ying, stepped out from inside. Her cold gaze swept across the two people in the room. It was just a casual glance, but Lone Moon felt his entire body stiffen. He had never felt this way before, even from the cheating. An immense sense of fear surged through him, causing his legs to turn to jelly. Shen. He subconsciously looked at Shen Ying beside him. But he saw that the other party was 1 step ahead of him. She grabbed the pillow on the sofa and knelt down without hesitation. Sister, I was wrong. Lone Moon, where's your integrity? The person opposite him narrowed her eyes. The cold air around her became even thicker. She took 2 steps forward and sat directly on the sofa. She calmly made herself a cup of tea. She only spoke when the cup was almost empty. What did you do wrong? Ha! Shen Ying hesitated. That's right, what did she do wrong? She knelt down out of habit. It's rare to see you bring someone back. She then turned and glanced at Lone Moon beside her. Boyfriend? Shen Ying and Lone Moon subconsciously exchanged a look. They saw the disdain in each other's eyes. No. His voice was firm and decisive. No. Righteous words. Then why is he at home? The other party's expression clearly did not change. But there seemed to be a low pressure surrounding them, making it hard for them to breathe. Littling, what did I teach you? Have you forgotten? I don't mind helping you deepen your memory. Sister, it's not what you think, huh? She suddenly seemed to discover something. She stood up and pinched Shen Ying's chin. She scanned her from head to toe. Her expression immediately darkened. Why do you have the aura of another plane on you? Where have you been these few days? I've been to another plane. Seeing that the other party's expression had softened, Shining immediately told her everything about her transmigration. She did not hide anything. She only said what color Lan Hua's underwear was. This was the first time Lone Moon saw her speak so much in one go. She spoke for 2 full hours. The more the person opposite her listened, the deeper her frown became. You mean, someone has been pulling people from this plane without my permission? Yes, yes, yes. She nodded vigorously. Sister, you should beat up someone else. You've been there for so long. Didn't you feel anything wrong at all? Her expression turned cold. She looked like she had paid for all these years for nothing. I didn't before. I found out later. The letter that the God-fiend gave was indeed written in her sister's handwriting. But thinking about it carefully, Big Sister would never threaten her in writing. She would only use force. At first, I thought it was your holiday homework. And it was the super easy kind. So. She turned to look at Father Nyo. He's an extra question for your homework. Shining, Lone Moon, what the hell? Get up first. I have something to ask you. The person opposite her frowned. All right, sister. Shining sat back on the sofa. This time, have you found out the reason? Father Nyo is the main cause. It could be a chain reaction caused by the plane's operation. You weren't here then. I sensed it the most. That's why I was pulled over. Have you seen the manager over there? No. Plane sensing. No response. Could it be the original plane? There's a 50% chance. What are the coordinates of the plane? I only know it's the immortal spirit plane. I'll contact the manager over there first. I'll remember your question. She glanced at Shining. The latter shrunk out of habit. She then looked away and continued. Do you still know the rules? How dare you pull people from my plane? She stood up directly and was about to leave. Wait. Lone Moon finally cut in. He looked at the two of them with a confused expression. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand it all? What plane? What manager? Is he still on Earth? You didn't tell him. The person who was about to leave turned back to look at Shining. The corner of Shinying's mouth twitched. She mumbled weakly, didn't you say I can't say? On account that I'm also a victim. She finally turned to glance at Lone Moon and said in a low voice, I'm Shinying's sister. The manager of this plane, Jing. Ha! Chapter 279. As an experienced CEO who had traveled through 2 worlds, met the ancient god of creation, fought against the strongest ultimate god, and cleared the 3 realms instance dungeon with a cheat. At this moment, Lone Moon felt that his common sense needed to be reset. For the first time, he realized that there were countless planes in this world other than the Xianxia world and this world. And the people who maintained the stability of these planes were the managers. They controlled the reproduction and destruction of all living beings in the entire plane, as well as diplomatic work with other planes. How big is our plane? He could not help but ask. Well, it's an entire universe. Shining said while eating her cake. So, your sister is really... He could not believe his ears. Although he had long felt that Shinying's environment might be different from others, he did not expect this to be the reason. Yes. Then you are, my sister's, assistant. The kind with no salary and only living expenses. Lone Moon looked at her again, then at the locked door in front of him. He still could not believe it. Why are you so afraid of your sister? I think she treats you quite well. Shinying's mouth twitched as if she thought of something. She said with a constipated expression, if you were thrown to the Zerg mother planet to train your body at the age of 5, had to self-study all the subjects at the age of 10, and dealt with the plane invasion at the age of 15, you would be the same as me. Lone Moon's heart went cold. The Zerg. Could it be the Zerg in the movies? Isn't she worried at all that you will be eaten by the Zerg? Lone Moon did not believe it. Won't she secretly follow you or something? Yes. Shining nodded. She follows me every time. Oh. I knew it. And then beat me up together with the Zerg. Are you really sisters? Wait, didn't you say that you repeated many times in primary school? Yes. Why? Finishing all the subjects by himself at the age of 10, he should be considered a super scholar. How could he repeat a year? Maybe. I misjudged the level of civilization on the mother planet. What do you mean? For example, primary school students firmly believe that 1 + 1 = 2. But if you ask a college student, will the answer be 2? Of course not. So, I accidentally made the answers too complicated. The teacher said that I didn't respect the exam paper and gave me a 0. So, it's just because we have different levels of knowledge. What was with this urge to light a candle for her? I was young at the time. I only understood it when I was 8 years old, but I had already been in the first grade for 3 years. All right, our teacher has brought shame to earth. Lone Moon wanted to ask more questions, but Shining suddenly straightened up and sat up straight. Only then did he realize that Shinjing had already come out of the room, but her expression wasn't very good. Her face was as cold as ice, making one feel nervous. I couldn't get in touch with the manager over there. Shinjing frowned and said, maybe that place really is a primordial plane, and no manager has been born yet. But there are 3 ancient gods of creation in that world. We've met them before. Lone Moon said anxiously. They were the ones who pulled us into that world. Aren't they managers? That's just a companion deity of that world. Shinjing glared at him with an expression that said, don't lower our manager. What do you mean? At the beginning of the plane's creation, there will be remnants of chaotic consciousness, but one day they will become one with the plane. Become one. Are you saying that they will also enter samsara? Yes. Shinjing nodded. Managers are different from them. We have to be existences that are higher than that plane. Then can we go back to that plane? Before we confirm the situation over there, we can't for now. Shinjing's voice was heavy. But we still have to settle this score. Little Ing. She suddenly turned to look at the person who was eating an apple beside her. What's wrong with you? Huh? Shining was stunned. She tilted her head. What's wrong? You've been eating since I came back. You've already made 6 trips to and fro from the fridge. Didn't you eat today? But I'm hungry. She felt wronged. Elder sister Shinjing, she's always been like this. Chef used to cook even more, Lone Moon replied subconsciously. Shinjing turned to glance at him. Who told you that she's always been like this? Huh? Lone Moon was stunned. He suddenly thought of something, and his eyes widened. Wasn't she like this in the past? Shinjing's expression darkened. She stood up directly. You too, follow me in. With that said, she turned and went back to the room just now. Lone Moon and Shining exchanged a look and immediately followed. Lone Moon then saw what the room inside looked like. It was a snow-white space, but it was shockingly huge. He could not see the end of it. It did not look like the space that a house of less than 70 square meters should have. Apart from a pillar that did not even reach his waist, there was nothing else inside. He saw Shinjing walk directly to the side of the pillar. She reached out and brushed her hand over it. In an instant, the whole room was brightly lit. Countless light screens popped up all around them. There were all kinds of complicated data and pictures floating on them. It gave him the illusion that he had suddenly transmigrated into a futuristic world of technology. You two, stand over there. Shenjing pointed to the right, where there were two red lights. I'll test your data. The two obediently stood at the red lights. Shenjing tapped on one of the light screens. In the next moment, a row of data popped up around the two of them. There were more than 100 items. Lone Moon could not understand them, but he could faintly see the word SSS written on the last item. He subconsciously turned to look at Shining, only to find that the row of data next to her suddenly distorted. In a short while, it was all messed up. And the last item had a red mark, data error. What's going on? Lone Moon looked confused. His heart sank subconsciously. Even a blind person could see that there was something wrong with Shining. And it was 100% related to her non-stop eating. Can't be tested. Shenjing's voice deepened and became even colder. She quickly fiddled with the light screen several times. Row after row of data flashed past Shining. But they were all messed up. The red mark at the bottom of the screen had not been refreshed. Shenjing's expression darkened. A moment later, she thought of something. She turned and tapped on the light screen beside her. Suddenly, a transparent table appeared in front of Shining. On it was a circular instrument. Since the scan can't find anything, try this. Shenjing pointed to the ball on the table. Body measuring instrument. Shining was stunned for a moment. She instantly recognized the instrument and picked it up. Sister, haven't I always had 3S stamina? Hold it. Shenjing did not answer. She only said one more sentence. Oh. Shining trembled. She immediately grabbed the ball. Her palm subconsciously tightened. There was only a cracking sound. The originally delicate instrument instantly broke into pieces. The electric light between her hands could still be seen faintly. Shining, Lone Moon, she wouldn't be killed, right? Chapter 280. Indeed. Shenjing sighed, as if she had finally confirmed something. She walked over and said, something happened to you when you transmigrated to the plane, causing some kind of mutation. Your body's various indexes all broke through the limit. Shining faltered and replied subconsciously, didn't I break through many times? Since she was 5 years old. Shenjing's gaze turned cold. Alright, it's a mutation. Continue. Shining covered her mouth. This time, it's not an ordinary physical enhancement. She said in a low voice, it's possible that it broke through a certain limit. Then why did she eat so much? Lone Moon asked. When her body's stats go up, the basic consumption naturally increases. She often feels hungry, it's just a sign that her body needs to replenish energy. Oh. Shining faltered. Big sister, then what kind of limit did I break through? I'm not sure about that. Shenjing frowned and paused for a while, as if thinking of something. I have to go out and confirm some things. You stay here these few days. Your vacation will be extended. I'll come back to inform you when I find the answer. Vacation. Shenying's eyes lit up. Alright big sister, no problem big sister. Lone Moon, Shenjing, she's probably turned into a retard. Once Shenjing left, she did not return for a few days. Lone Moon's originally tense heart became bored as he waited. Father no, don't you need to go back to work? Shining asked as she nibbled on the cake. I've already transferred the businesses under my name to my family yesterday, Lone Moon said nonchalantly. I've been gone for so long. I'm already rusty about the company's business and making money. I might as well hand it over to someone I'm familiar with. Oh. Shining suddenly thought of the invincible sex treasury, which was growing by the day. The business was rusty, but it was definitely not making money. That's it. There was no family feud, no quarrels between brothers. What's with that expression? Lone Moon turned and glared at her. Ask if you have any questions. Are you considered bankrupt like this? Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He picked up the iPad beside him and opened his account. Shining was instantly blinded by the row of zeros on the screen. Although I don't care about the company, I still get dividends every year, all right? Oh. Shining nodded and pointed to the pot. Then why don't you order takeout? Why do you want to cook for yourself? Lone Moon's hand stiffened. Shit, he had long forgotten that there was such a function in this world. Wait a minute. He turned back to look at Shining. Don't tell me you're saying that because you don't want to eat my dishes. No, he replied with a straight face. Your sister. Don't nod your head if you don't. Who am I doing this for? Take away that pig food expression of yours. Father Nyo, I have the number of a super delicious private restaurant. Scram. 30 minutes later. Father Nyo, do you think there's a chance of pulling Chef into this world? It's up to you whether you want to eat or not. Lone Moon glared at the person beside him. I'm not the one who's hungry. Shining sighed. She accepted her fate and began to eat. For the umpteenth time, she thought of Chef every day. Lone Moon shamelessly played around in the stock market and casually earned a few million yuan. After a while, he threw down the tablet in his hand, looking bored. He suddenly felt that life without having to raise a sect or tidy up a stall was so lonely. Do you want to play? Shining suddenly pointed to her computer screen. Lone Moon glanced at the game screen and gave her a look of disdain. Do you want to fall to the ground and become a box with you? You're someone who hacks my server every day. How can you be so lousy at playing games? Shining lowered her head and thought for a while. I'm just not used to such primitive operations. Primitive. In the past, I used to play galactic online games. Galactic. Lone Moon's heart skipped a beat. You mean there are online games on other planets too? Shining turned and glanced at him. Want to try? Can I? Lone Moon's eyes widened. As a native of Earth, of course he wanted to. What's more, he was originally in the internet business. The last time Shinjing helped them check their body data, he was already dazzled by the pile of high-tech equipment in the room. Wait, I'll help you hack a galactic account. Shining turned and began to type furiously on the keyboard. So, she relied on hacking to get online. Shining typed for a while and brought up a screen out of nowhere. After a while, there was a beeping sound and she stopped. Done. She turned and took out a blue bracelet from the drawer and handed it over. What's this? A simplified version of the optical computer. Optical computer. What did that mean? Before Lone Moon could react, he subconsciously put on the bracelet. In an instant, he felt his vision blur. The next moment, he was already in a white world. Looking around, all he saw was white snow. He could even feel the coolness under his feet. He came in just like that. Didn't he need a name or something? He looked around, but found no one around. There seemed to be a black dot in the distance, approaching him. Shining. Lone Moon subconsciously ran over. What is this? Before he could finish, a loud roar came from the other side, causing the surrounding snow to tremble. Only then did Lone Moon see clearly what the approaching figure was. It was a monster. It had 8 long legs and was completely hairless. Its huge mouth took up half of its body. From time to time, disgusting mucus dripped out of its mouth. It looked like an ultimate monster in a horror movie. It was more disgusting than any demonic beast he had ever seen. Holy shit. What the hell was this? Loneman's heart sank. He had already cursed a certain unreliable person 100 times in his heart. He turned and ran back, but it was too late. The monster was moving extremely fast. In a short while, it was less than 10 meters away from him. It was obvious that his 2 legs could not outrun its 8. His mind went blank. Damn it. How was he supposed to play this damn game? He refused to be turned into a box. Seeing that the monster's blade-like long legs were about to cut his body, he could only roll on the ground and avoid the attack. He rolled under the monster's body. In the next moment, an even sharper roar came. The monster's mouth that took up half of its body opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth. It directly pounced towards him. Loneman's chest heaved a sigh of relief. He felt a familiar heat flow through his body. He subconsciously conjured a fire manipulation art. In the next moment, a fire dragon rushed out and struck the monster's mouth. With a shrill cry, the monster that was originally as tall as a small mountain turned into ashes. Chapter 281. Lone Moon breathed heavily. Such a realistic game. At that moment, he really felt like he was going to die. He looked at his hand blankly. Was that a game skill? Father, no. Suddenly, Shen Ying's voice sounded in his ear. He looked around but did not see anyone. After a while, he noticed that in the lower right corner of his vision, there was a yellow envelope mark. He subconsciously nodded. Suddenly, a light screen popped up in front of him. It was Shen Ying. Where the hell did you go? Lone Moon was full of anger. What the hell is this place? And what the hell was that monster just now? You're in the novice testing area. Before you pass the test, I can't contact you. Novice testing area. He looked around and then at the monster that had just been burned to ashes. He thought about it carefully. Ignoring the terrifying appearance, the monster was so weak that it was quite like a novice monster. Could this be a holographic online game? It was too realistic. Did I pass? How do I get out? There is a moving mark in the lower left corner of your body. Lone Moon looked down. There was indeed a little green person in the lower left corner. He directly tapped it. There was a flash of white light beside him. In an instant, he was already in a green mountain and clear water. In front of him were a few wooden tables and chairs. There were all kinds of fruits on them. Shen Ying was sitting next to them, chewing noisily. Why didn't you tell me that there was a novice testing? Lone Moon could not help but be angry. You didn't wait for me to say it. Shen Ying tilted her head. He came in too quickly. But that's just a novice testing. No one can't pass it. Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. He picked up a fruit and took a bite. However, he discovered that it was sweet and juicy, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. He had a look of astonishment on his face as he glanced at the fruit in his hand. Isn't this fruit a little too realistic? As expected of the interstellar era's high-tech, this holographic image was as though it was real. Realistic. Shen Ying was stunned. Yes. Lone Moon was even more impressed. And that monster just now, even the smell and sound were real. Father, no. Shen Ying suddenly stood up and snatched the fruit from his hand. You don't think these are fake, do you? Lone Moon looked at her strangely. Isn't this a holographic online game? It's an online game, but it's not holographic. Not holographic. Don't tell me it's true. He stopped mid-sentence and took a deep breath. F***CK. We're not on Earth. Yes. Where is this place? Area C, Planet A8726. That optical computer of yours is, teleportation device. Is everything here real? Yeah. Didn't you F***King say this is a game? This is the game planet. He thought about the operation interface that he had just seen. If this is a game, then if I die here, I can revive. The Interstellar Alliance will issue a death notice. Flips table. How is this King game? Game my ass. Are there games where you can't revive when you fight against real monsters? Furthermore, does your sister know that we teleported to this planet? Shining stiffened. A moment later, she said, don't mind the details. Details my ass. Do you know that you're courting death? She waved her wristband. There's a teleportation device. Instant reply. Suspicious face. JPG wait a minute. He suddenly remembered something. Didn't you say that no one could pass the newbie test just now? Why did I see such a huge monster? Ordinary people would not be able to deal with such a monster. This might have something to do with your rating. The newbie test is based on your rating. It's different for everyone. Shining opened a screen and all of Loneman's data appeared in it. The last item said that his initial rating was SSS. What level are 3 S's? Lone Moon stared blankly. When Shinjing helped them check, it seemed to show this level too. Are all Earthlings this level? No. Shining shook her head. Then, she opened another data. This is the rating for ordinary people on Earth. Lone Moon looked at the last item and saw that it said, F. What the hell was with that row of minus signs? Was this a joke? Wait, if the values of Earthlings were so low, why was his so high? You're not helping me cheat, are you? Shining shook her head. These are your values. Why did it turn out like this? Lone Moon was stunned. I can't beat that monster with my current strength. And if not for the fire elemental skills that come with this game, I would have died. There are no skills that come with the game. Nonsense, I clearly used it just now. If it's not from the game, could it be that I? Lone Moon was shocked. His eyes widened. You're not going to say that I brought my cultivation to this world, are you? Shining gave him a look as if she was looking at an idiot. You haven't used any spells since you came back. How can that be? I sensed it the first day I came back. I couldn't sense any spirit chi or immortal chi in this world. There isn't any here. Right, then why, wait a minute. He was stunned. Immortal chi didn't seem to have anything to do with cultivation. When cultivators use spells, they use the chi in their bodies. In other words, it didn't affect their cultivation. They just couldn't increase it. Elation surged in his heart. He waved his hand and summoned a sword spell. In an instant, a sky full of swords appeared. Lone Moon, he felt like he had picked up a treasure. Shining, Can we still go back to the newbie zone and whip the corpse of that little monster? Damn it. If he had known that he had cultivation, he wouldn't have been afraid of newbie monsters. King retard. Lone Moon wanted to ask more about this game planet, but Shining directly sent him a bunch of information. They were all game guides for newbies. Lone Moon looked at it for a while before he understood a little. Just like Shining said, this was really a game planet. But it was like a real person. There was no resurrection, no red or blue potions, no monster drops. But there were ranking points and monster attributes. There were all kinds of races on the planet, as well as all kinds of interstellar monsters. The entire planet was divided into 6 zones, from F to A, as well as high-risk Zone S. The monsters that grew there were divided according to their levels. F zone was the weakest, and S zone was the strongest. They were now in S zone. The monster that Lone Moon met in the new B zone was the special S-grade ice rock beast of the game planet. Once the monster died, it would automatically be marked as belonging to the player who killed it. The player could choose to sell it to the game company or deal with it themselves. And the skills that the player used to kill monsters depended on the special characteristics of the race. That meant that Lone Moon, who had the combat power of an S-grade, was a max-level player from the start. Father Nyo, let's go kill the rankings. Shining suddenly suggested. Kill the rankings. Lone Moon, who had roughly understood the operation, thought for a while and tapped on his wristband. 4 to 5 rankings appeared in an instant. They were all the data and rankings of different types of players. You mean this? Yes. Shining nodded vigorously. The points from killing monsters can be exchanged for star coins. Then they could buy more food. Why did he feel like there was a trap somewhere? Chapter 282. Lone Moon frowned and looked carefully at the rankings and the introductions below. I took a look just now. An S-class monster is worth 100 to 10,000 points each. He pointed to the number 100 under his name. This happens to be Zone S, and the person in first place on the leaderboard has 3 million points. In other words, we have to kill at least 230 top S-rank monsters to surpass the first place and reach the top. You can do it. Shining gave him a thumbs up. Father Nyo is 3S rank. Lone Moon's eyes darkened. He turned back to look at her suspiciously. Why don't you go yourself? If my cultivation can be preserved, then your cheat should still be there, right? It's all because of Father Nyo. You're just F*King lazy, aren't you? Are you sure that the strongest beast on this planet is only S-class? No problem. Shining patted her chest. Why did he feel that these words were so unreliable? Lone Moon turned and looked around. He hesitated for a moment before standing up. Let's go. Forget it. Since they were already here, they might as well experience the customs of an alien planet. Just now, he had taken a look at the S-class monster, which was equivalent to a 10th-grade magical beast in the immortal world. With his cultivation, dealing with a dozen of them was no problem at all. Moreover, he had Cheat Shin with him. As he spoke, he directly pulled the man up on his sword and flew towards the dangerous area marked on the map. He could not help but feel a little excited. After all, he was a peak expert of this world. He wanted to test the strength of those at the top of the food chain. Not long after he flew out of the safe zone, a red exclamation mark flashed before his eyes, and a notification instantly rang in his ears. Warning, S-class exotic beast discovered ahead. As expected of high technology, there was even a monster radar. Lone Moon landed and summoned his immortal sword, waiting for the monster to appear. Sure enough, in less than 3 breaths of time, the figure of a monster appeared in the distance. 2 monsters, 20 monsters, several hundred monsters, Lone Moon, Shining, for all, Ngunguo, why are there so many? Crash. Why didn't you tell me that S-class monsters live in groups? I thought you knew. What the hell do you know? Lone Moon had the urge to tear the cheater beside him apart. You don't feel comfortable if you cheat me. This number, it was clearly a beast tide. It was no wonder that they hadn't encountered any other players along the way. No one had dared to come here and court death. Looking at the approaching monster, Lone Moon gritted his teeth and said without hesitation, "Let's go." As he spoke, he was about to take off on his sword. Wait. Shining pointed to the sky. There are some in the sky too. In the next moment, with a few swooshes, a group of densely packed figures appeared in the sky. Lone Moon. Damn it, I really want to break up. The herd of beasts was already nearing. Lone Moon had no choice but to bite the bullet and rush in. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword shadows. He didn't know if these so-called beasts were really just extraterrestrial animals. Although there were many of them, they couldn't compare to the demonic beasts in the cultivation world. They didn't have any intelligence at all. It was much easier to deal with them than a real beast tide. For a moment, all he could hear was the sound of points being transferred into his account. In less than an hour, he had reached the top of the leaderboard, and it was still increasing. But, no matter how easy it was, he couldn't handle hundreds and thousands of beasts pouncing on him. Go on, Father Nyo. Add your sister. Lone Moon turned back and glared at her. Wait, don't tell me you've been following behind me without moving. At your head. Help me. If you don't help, we're going to die. I can't help, why? Lone Moon faltered. Then, the next beast was already rushing over. He slashed down with his sword and urged loudly, I can't hold on any longer. Hurry up. Oh. Shining sighed and took the sword from his hand. She swung it in front of her. Instantly, a white light broke through the sky. There was a series of swooshing sounds. The S-grade beasts that were originally as dense as ants were cut in half at the waist. All destroyed in an instant. The surroundings, which had been filled with all kinds of roars, suddenly quieted down. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. The array around him dimmed. Shining handed the sword back and suddenly pointed to the sky. Because of this. What? Lone Moon faltered. Before he could react, there was a sudden ding from the sky. It spread throughout the entire planet like a heavenly sound. A monotonous, mechanical voice came down. Ding! A large-scale abnormal clearing phenomenon has been detected. Confirmed users, Shining, Father Nyo, have brought a weapon of mass destruction into the game planet. This action has seriously affected the game's balance. These two users are now being reverted. They are prohibited from entering Area S for 2 months. In the next moment, Lone Moon saw the points on the light screen on his right. With a whoosh, it went from a few 100 million to a few hundred and then to tens of thousands. Finally, with a ding, it returned to the original 100 points. Lone Moon. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Let's not talk about clearing first. What the hell was that ID called Father Nyo? What the hell was Father Nyo doing? For the nth time, he wanted to break up. Where are we going? Lone Moon, who had been forcefully teleported to Area A, glanced at Shining who was walking in front of him. To the market. Shining nibbled on a fruit and turned back. Why are we going to the market? Lone Moon was stunned. Shining stopped in her tracks and turned back with a serious expression. Father Nyo, I've analyzed it. The failure just now was because we only had a strong DPS output but no support. Wasn't the failure just now because you cheated and got caught? You even implicated him. So we're going to form a healer. What the hell? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He thought about it carefully. According to the game's routine, having a healer was indeed more secure. With Xin Ying's ability to be judged as a 100% cheat, she could do nothing but watch the show from the side. Although his battle strength was high, his energy consumption was a big problem. He was not a pervert like Chef, the kind who would risk his life in a fight. If there had been a healer by the side to heal the beast horde just now, he would not have had to revert because of Shining. Is there really a race called a healer in the galaxy? Lone Moon expressed his doubt. The game information just now said that this game did not have any game skills at all. In other words, the people who came in all relied on their own strength to kill monsters. Even if there were some with special abilities, it was just a special characteristic of the alien race. Just like the black race, they could become invisible at night. Don't worry, it's all right. Hearing her say that, he became even more worried. What was going on? Chapter 283. 30 minutes later. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. This is the nanny you're looking for. That's right. That's not right, isn't this just a tree? He scanned the tray ant in front of him from head to toe. The trunk was as wide as a human, with a head full of green leaves, and there were willow branches that swayed with the wind. From time to time, it even used the branches on both sides to push the leaves to the back of the trunk. Great, it's a mother tree. Shining, what's this? A close relative of Radish. Lone Moon pulled Shining over and lowered his voice. Tray ant planet, Shining explained. It knows wood elemental healing spells? No. Water elemental? No. Then it's not as good as Radish. Lone Moon glared at her. Don't worry, the tray ant planet is a rare race in the galaxy. It has a very special racial talent and has S-grade combat power. It's very hard to find one. Didn't you say it's a nanny? Yes. Shining nodded, then turned to look at the tray ant behind her, giving her an encouraging look, as if asking her to show off. The female tray ant smiled and really took 2 steps forward. She closed her eyes and clenched her fists by her side. Her whole body tensed up and even her body arched, as if she was using all her strength. Lone Moon was shocked and could not help but widen his eyes. Could it be that this tray ant really had amazing abilities? The Trent's expression became tenser and tenser, its body also arched like a shrimp, getting lower and lower. The green leaves on its head suddenly shone with a green light, and in the next moment, its body suddenly straightened. With a whoosh, the layers of green leaves on its head suddenly grew a tree full of fruits. Straight-faced, the tray ant smiled brightly and plucked the fruits, then handed them to Shining beside her. Want some? Shining handed a red one over. Lone Moon, Flip's table. This is the so-called nanny. You just want to bring a mobile fruit stall, right? For all, an hour later. Are you sure that this monster in Zone A has 100,000 points? Lone Moon pointed to the cave in front of them and asked. Yes, yes, yes. This is the #1 monster in Zone A on the bounty list. Shining brought up a light screen and pointed. Indeed, it was displayed as an A+ grade beast. Only one, no others. No. There's no beast tied or anything like that. Absolutely not. Alright, I'll trust you one more time. Lone Moon then conjured a wind seal. Instantly, it turned into several wind blades and flew into the cave. Not long after, there was movement inside. With a roar, the ground shook, and a huge airflow came out from inside. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared. Lone Moon's heart tightened and he took a few steps back. It looked like a big guy. He immediately set up a defensive formation around him, gripped his sword tightly, and stared at the entrance of the cave. The black shadow was getting closer and closer, and he could faintly hear a strange rustling noise. After a while, a long slug appeared at the entrance of the cave. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He looked at the soft, jelly-like, translucent little monster on the ground in disbelief. Was this the monster that ranked first on the bounty list in Area A? A woo! The monster let out a non-threatening roar at him. Lone Moon frowned. Alright, Shining did not trick him this time. It was really just a small monster in Area A. He casually struck it with his sword, and with a loud crack, the jelly was smashed into 5 or 6 pieces. "Let's go." Lone Moon turned and waved at Shining. He was just about to keep his sword. Suddenly, a series of roars came from behind him. When he turned around, he saw 4 or 5 soft slugs pouncing on him. What was going on? Lone Moon was stunned. He subconsciously struck out a few more sword auras, smashing the slugs again. However, the splattered pieces of flesh wriggled, and in the blink of an eye, turned into a new monster. In an instant, the ground was surrounded by dozens of identical slugs. This was, Shining, didn't you say that there was only one monster? Just now, it was one. One my ass. Why didn't you say that it could split? I just found out too. Damn you. The small monsters on the ground were already moving towards them. Some even arched their bodies and leaped towards them. However, they were repelled by the array around Lone Moon. In an instant, they split into 2 halves, and then immediately turned into 2 new monsters. In less than 10 minutes, the few of them were surrounded by densely packed monsters. These monsters could not be attacked forcefully. Otherwise, there would only be more and more of them. Shining, the only group attacker, could not attack. What should they do? Lone Moon's heart sank. Suddenly, he remembered that they had another person in their group. He turned to look at the healer behind them. That tree. Before he could finish speaking, they heard the sound of digging. The tree man who had been following behind them just now had dug a big hole and jumped in at lightning speed. He waved his branches and buried the entire tree tightly. Lone Moon, Shining, MMP. Fu *K, wasn't it supposed to be a rare race? Was it that rare to see one? Perhaps it was too obvious that he had betrayed his teammate. The ground arched, and with a grunt, a red fruit rolled out. The 2 of them, did this count as giving them a mouthful of milk? This was not a gaming planet. This was AF * King retarded planet. Lone Moon and Shining finally completed this reward mission, although it took them a whole 2 hours. Just as the split slug was about to bury the 2 of them, he realized that these small monsters were actually afraid of thunder. He immediately made a decision and swept over with a lightning spell. Instantly, the entire ground was filled with a thick burnt smell. Not a single monster was left. The system screen beside him also made a ding sound. It showed, reward mission completed. The points below also jumped to 50,100 with a jingle. The other 50,000 points were in the account of his teammate Shining, who had been watching the whole thing and only accidentally stepped on one. As for the tree man who had been idling the whole time, he had no output at all. He did not gain any points. Where to next? Lone Moon looked at Shining. After thinking for a moment, he immediately opened the ranking list. He decided to look at it himself. Offline, go home. Lone Moon turned to look at her in surprise. You're not going to kill the ranking? Shining sighed. I'm so tired. If he continued playing, Big Sis would find out. Tired my ass. Wasn't he always the one fighting the monsters? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He looked at the time beside him. Thinking of something, he did not object and directly pressed the logout button beside him. In the next moment, a stream of light flashed past them. They had already returned to the house that was less than 70 square meters. He looked at the bracelet on his hand called optical computer. For a moment, he did not know how to react. He really went to another planet. He subconsciously activated his immortal chi. Instantly, a ball of fire appeared in his palm. It seemed like Shining was right. It was not just on the gaming planet. His cultivation was indeed always there. Chapter 284. Lone Moon and Shining stayed at home for 5 to 6 days, but Shenjing still did not return. After firmly rejecting Shenying's game invitation, Shening, who did not have a criminal partner, could only continue playing her original box game. Father Nyo, on the other hand, was fascinated by the star web technology, and had been studying the various operations of the wristband. "I'm so hungry." Shening sprawled on the sofa like mud, completely losing the energy she had when she was playing. "Father Nyo, are you sure you don't want to try the private cuisine I mentioned? Get lost." Lone Moon rolled his eyes, and his expression darkened. He picked up the phone on the table again, and ordered a bunch of takeaways, treating it as payment for the accommodation fee. He turned to look at a certain foodie and frowned. He did not know when Shenjing would return. An awkward feeling flashed across his heart. He had always thought that Shenying's mouth would never be idle because she was born to be a foodie, in addition to her terrifying cheat-like abilities, so he did not even consider whether there was something wrong with her body. Shening was also someone who did not care. If Shenjing did not see it, perhaps no one would ever notice, and might even advise her to eat less. No, perhaps Chef sensed it, so once it was mealtime, he did not hesitate to go into the kitchen to cook. He clearly paid extra attention to her every move, but never worried that she would eat too much. Lone Moon felt a rising sense of guilt in his heart, suddenly feeling that he was a little neglectful as a father, should he read more books like parenting guides. Oink oink oink, the takeaways had not arrived yet. Lone Moon took out the cake he ordered in the morning from the fridge, planning to fill Shenying's stomach first. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds sounded in the house, like an alarm, and the wristband that he had not taken off also went numb. Plane alert. Shening, who was lying on the sofa like a dead fish, suddenly stood up. She walked quickly to the table in front of her, not knowing where she touched. Instantly, a light screen popped up, only to see a familiar blue planet appear on it. "This is Earth?" "Little Ing." In the next moment, a male voice suddenly sounded, another light screen lit up in the air, and a man in a blue uniform appeared on the screen. "Uncle." "Kaitian." Shening was stunned. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. "I've told you many times to call me Big Brother. Am I that old?" The person on the screen shook his head. "You saw the alarm just now, right?" Shening nodded. "I know you are on leave now, but that position is closest to you. I can't leave Zone T right now. Can I trouble you to take a look?" "I'm not going." "Don't be like that, Little Ing. Colleagues should help each other and love each other. There is no love in overtime." Little Ing. Kai Tian looked like he was on the verge of tears. He seemed to have thought of something. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Star Chen's new online game qualifies for internal testing. Deal. Send me the coordinates." Shening quickly clicked on the screen. Within seconds, a set of data was sent over. This data is a little strange. There's no similar or identical data before this. You have to be careful. All right. Thank you for your hard work. The other party nodded, and the image disappeared in a flash. Only then did Lone Moon walk over curiously. "Who was that?" "My older sister's other assistant," Shening replied casually. After thinking for a moment, she added, "My colleague." "How many assistants does your older sister have?" Why did it feel like the so-called plane management was actually a huge organization? "Just 2. Shening said as she checked the data. Under normal circumstances, there are no assistants, but Kai Tian's situation is a little special. Special? He doesn't belong to this plane, but for some reason, his plane coordinates can't be opened. My older sister had to let him stay for now." Lone Moon nodded and turned to look at her. "What about you?" "Me?" Shining faltered. She said righteously, "Of course I got in through the back door." Did she have to be so open and aboveboard? All right. Shining closed the data in front of her and turned to Lone Moon. "Father no, let's go on a trip." Lone Moon rolled his eyes and exposed her. "You just don't know the way, do you?" Normally, plane alarms would only be triggered when something happened somewhere that affected the stability of the entire plane. For example, space storms, space-time turbulence, plane invasion and so on. These situations could only be sensed by the plane manager. But it was clear that the manager of this plane with the surname Shin was quite impressive. She directly created this alarm system. Once she discovered something abnormal, it would be reported. Lone Moon was worried as he flew on his sword in the direction of the map. This was not the immortal cultivation world, it was the modern world. Although Shining often unconsciously looked down on the technology on Earth, if he flew randomly on his sword, he might accidentally be detected by a radar and be bombed as an intruder. He wouldn't even have a place to cry at that time. Fortunately, Shining did not get disconnected this time. The simplified optical computer that she gave him could indeed block all detection. Even if they met a few planes on the way, it could activate the automatic invisibility function. It was much more useful than any aura-concealing talisman. For some reason, he felt a sense of pride for having such high technology. "It's here, right?" Lone Moon looked down at the endless sea and stopped. Shining checked the data and nodded. "It's here. Why is there nothing?" "It's not time yet." Shining gestured for him to fly down and stop on a small island below. She tapped on the wristband on her hand. Instantly, a light screen popped up in front of them. Rows of data appeared. At the top was a countdown timer. There were less than 5 minutes left. Shin Ying's fingers moved like shadows on the light screen. Rows of data flashed across the light screen. Strange. She suddenly frowned. "What's wrong? This data doesn't seem like a space or space-time disturbance." "What do you mean?" "This is a plane invasion. Something is coming." Shin Ying's expression darkened. She pointed to the sky. Indeed, in the next moment, there was a distortion in front of them. The empty space seemed to be about to be broken open by something. A huge bulge appeared. "It's coming out." Shining hurriedly took a few steps back. Her expression was unprecedentedly serious. Even Lone Moon could not help but feel nervous. What could it be? "I don't know either. If it's from other planes, it's possible that it could directly destroy the entire plane. Then what should we do? Rush back, or disappear it?" Lone Moon's heart sank. He instantly summoned his immortal sword. His hands did not stop. One array after another appeared in the surroundings. One look and he knew it was not something good. The distortion in the space became more and more intense. The countdown timer at the side was also nearing its end. Finally, it was below 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 285. With a loud bang, the space in front of them seemed to be torn open by someone. A huge aura came towards them, bringing with it scorching warmth. In the next moment, a flame broke through the air, bringing with it an aura that could burn everything. Even the seawater below them started to burn. The sword array in Lone Moon's hand rose up, and the sky full of sword rain attacked. Before they could attack the plane gap, a huge golden sword appeared, and the overwhelming sword chi was pushed back, and the sword rain in the sky immediately fell like rain. Quite powerful. His expression darkened, and he was about to summon his sword intent. "Wait!" Shining, who was beside him, suddenly pulled him back. "What's wrong?" He looked up, and saw a person slowly walking out of the torn gap, an extremely disheveled figure. His hair was messy, and he was covered in blood. His body was covered with deep wounds, and one of his hands was hanging weakly by his side. His eyes were stained with blood, and he looked at them from afar. Instantly, his eyes became misty, and the crazed look in his eyes softened, revealing a familiar expression. "Chef!" Lone Moon's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, the bloody figure flashed and landed in front of the two of them. He reached out and pulled Xining into his arms. A low voice sounded in their ears, with a strong sense of grievance. "Master," with that said, as if he had used up the last bit of energy, his body loosened, and he slid down against Xining. Seeing that he was about to fall, Xining subconsciously grabbed him and helped him up. He fainted. Lone Moon pulled his hand, and anxiously checked his meridians. His face paled instantly, and he cursed, "Holy shit, he's injured like this, and he's still alive." He turned back to look at the rift in the sky that had disappeared. "How did he get here? Let's go back first," Xining said in a low voice, and turned to point at something. Instantly, a rift opened up beside the two of them, and they could faintly see the familiar room inside. Lone Moon immediately helped Chef up, who was like a broken doll on the ground, and went through. In the blink of an eye, they were back in that room. "Wait, don't put him there, come in with me." Lone Moon was just about to place her on the sofa when Xining pointed to the room beside her and walked in first. It was the same empty room as last time, but this time, there was a rectangular table in the middle. "Put Chef up there." Xining pointed to the center. Lone Moon immediately helped her up. Instantly, a red light swept across the stage. At the same time, rows of data appeared on top. Xining didn't say anything. She just directly operated on the screen. The screen began to light up with various colored lights. With each stroke, Chef's expression became a little better. The scars on his body that seemed to be able to break his immortal bones also began to heal slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lone Moon also looked nervously at Chef, who was barely breathing. The room quietened down instantly, and only the sound of the continuous beeping of data could be heard. Looking at Chef's injuries, he knew that it would be very difficult to treat. What's more, there was no immortal qi or spirit qi in this world, so there was nothing he could do. Xinying's fingers did not stop moving. Her expression was solemn, as if she was performing a major surgery. She focused all her attention on the operation. She only stopped after a full day and night. "His condition has been stabilized." Xinying's expression softened. Then, she turned to look at Lone Moon behind her. Her tense shoulders then collapsed out of habit. "Next, we just have to wait for him to wake up." Lone Moon nodded. He glanced at the unconscious Chef and found that his complexion had indeed improved. He was no longer as pale as a piece of white paper. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He turned and walked to the door. "Then let's go out and wait for him to wake up." Sigh, all of them were so worrisome. Xining was just about to follow when she suddenly felt the corner of her clothes tighten. She looked down and realized that Chef had grabbed the corner of her clothes unknowingly. He was clearly unconscious, but he was holding on very tightly. His blood-stained fingers dyed the entire corner of her clothes a glaring red. "What's the matter?" Seeing that she did not move, Lone Moon turned back. Xining was just about to pull his hand away when she paused. Slowly, she retracted her hand. "I have to stay here to monitor his data. You can go out first." With that said, she turned and tapped on the screen. Instantly, a floating cushion appeared beside her. She sat down directly and began to scan large amounts of data. Lone Moon did not mind. He could not help here anyway. He directly turned and went back to the living room. This time, Chef slept for a whole 5 days and 6 nights. Shining was almost suspecting that there was something wrong with the treatment device. Only then did she feel the treatment table beside her shake. In the next moment, she felt a warmth on her left cheek. A slightly trembling hand brushed over it. Moss, Ter. Chef stared straight at her with wide eyes. His eyes were misty, as if he was about to cry in the next moment. Shen Ying's heart sank for no reason. Then she opened her mouth and said, "You're awake." She coughed and shook off that strange uncomfortable feeling. She turned and opened the communication device in the living room. "Father No, Chef is awake." Almost instantly, the room door opened with a bang. Lone Moon blew in like the wind. "Chef is awake. Are you all right?" He sized up the person sitting on the treatment table and let out a long sigh of relief. "Why do you always get yourself into this state? What's going on this time? Let me tell you, this is not the world over there. If you die here, we can't do anything about it." But I Ching still only looked at Shining, as if he did not hear Lonman's words at all. After a while, he held Shen Ying's hand with some grievance and nervousness. "Master. I couldn't find you. I searched the entire 3 realms, and couldn't find you." His voice was especially low, as if he was holding something fragile. If he was not careful, it would break. "Don't you need me anymore?" Lone Moon looked at the person in front of him. This was the first time he saw Chef so fragile. His heart ached for no reason. His accusatory tone instantly softened. "Cough. Well, this is our fault. But we were sent back too suddenly. There was no time to inform you. It's all that Godfiend's fault." Thinking of this, he wanted to go back and beat him up. "Let's go out and talk." Shining stood up. I Ching, who was beside her, looked up as she moved. His body subconsciously tensed up, as if he was afraid that she would disappear. She stopped in her tracks and turned to hold his hand. She directly led him out. I Ching was especially obedient the whole time. He followed her step by step. Every step he took seemed to be measured in advance. He was afraid that he would lose her just like that. "How on earth did you get hurt like this?" Lone Moon looked at him suspiciously. Seeing that his whole body was covered in dried blood, he frowned. He turned to find a set of clothes and threw them over. "Change your clothes first. Your Dharma robe is useless now. And you can't wear this here." Chapter 286. I Ching subconsciously took it and looked at the clothes in his hands, then at Shining beside him. He stood there without moving. "Why are you looking at her?" Lonman's mouth twitched. "Can she still help you change?" He still did not move, but his expression became more and more tense. Shining looked at him and suddenly said, "I'm not leaving." I Ching's expression relaxed a little. He tugged at the few pieces of cloth in his hands, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. "What is this? Why are the clothes in sections?" He forgot that Chef was not from this world. Lonman's mouth twitched. He took the clothes from his hands and glanced at Shining on the sofa. He turned and directly pulled her into the toilet at the side. "Come in." With that said, he closed the door with a bang, blocking a certain person's view. From time to time, there were some discussions inside. "Take it off, take off your pants too." "Why?" "Just take it off when I tell you to." So much nonsense. What are you dawdling for? And your underwear. Oh. Bend down a little, raise your legs higher. Raise them higher. How can I move if you don't raise them higher? Are you done? All right, all right. Come closer. If you can't stand properly, support me. This thing of yours, it's so tight. You're not even afraid of pain, what are you afraid of? Bear with it. Shinning outside the door, she felt like she heard something dirty. The two of them struggled for nearly 20 minutes before coming out of the toilet. I Ching had already changed completely. He was clearly wearing the same white shirt as Lone Moon. Father Nyo was a domineering CEO with "I'm very rich" written all over him, but I Ching was like a young man who had just left school. His whole body exuded a fresh and sunny aura, like a boy next door who was not good with words. I Ching tugged at the shirt on his body awkwardly. His gaze instantly fixed on Shining, as if he could not move away from her. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master. It's getting late. Are you hungry? Do you want me to make a few dishes?" Lone Moon. Shining, did he have to get into work so quickly? Unexpectedly, Shining did not agree. She continued to nibble on the apple as she glanced at his long hair. Patting the sofa beside her, she said, "Come here for a while." Without hesitation, I Ching quickly walked over to them. "Squat down." "Master." She took out a black rubber band from the coffee table and pointed behind him. "Hair." I Ching paused, then instantly understood. He obediently squatted in front of her, hugging his knees and curling himself into a ball. He felt her fingers smoothing his hair over and over again, as if she was smoothing his emotions. He suddenly felt as if his heart had been hollowed out, and only anxiousness and despair remained when he was still unable to find a single trace of her in these past few thousand years. Even the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched as he watched the two of them combing their hair. There was a sour smell in the air, and after smelling it for a long time, he felt a little full. "Chef, how on earth did you come to this world?" Lone Moon changed the topic. I Ching's expression darkened. After a while, he said in a low voice, "I couldn't find you, so I returned to the immortal world and found the God Fiend. I asked him to help me open the realm gate." "He would help you?" Lone Moon expressed his doubt. That grandson was very cunning. From beginning to end, he did not say a single word of truth. He was a classic example of burning bridges after crossing the river. If not for him, how could they have been directly teleported back? He indeed did not agree. I Ching frowned. "So I could only fight him." Lone Moon's eyes widened. "The injuries on your body were caused by him." Awesome. He actually dared to challenge the ancient god of creation alone. "That's not it." I Ching shook his head. "These were caused by the turbulence inside when I passed through the realm gate." "What turbulence?" Lone Moon subconsciously turned to look at Shining. "We didn't see any turbulence when we came back." "We didn't." Shining tugged at I Ching's hair as she said, "We were originally from this side. We won't be repelled by the plane." Chef had forced his way in. Even if the gate was opened, he would still be attacked by the turbulence. "So that's why." Lone Moon nodded. He looked at I Ching again. He felt that he was different from before, but he could not tell what was different. "You're now a divine supreme." Lone Moon scanned him from head to toe. Only then did he notice that his cultivation had increased a lot. It seemed to be even higher than the previous Hongyu. No. More accurately speaking, the feeling that he gave off was somewhat similar to the God Fiend from before. If not for the fact that he had just recovered from his injuries, Lone Moon would not have been able to withstand the suppressive force that I Ching casually released. What's more, I Ching no longer looked like a child. "You fought the God Fiend." "Not really." I Ching's expression darkened. At the end of the battle, he could not even tell who won and who lost. Then why did he open the gate for you? Maybe because I went there more often. More often. Lone Moon's mouth twitched. How many times did you fight him? Hundreds of times. He could not remember clearly. So he went there every day to find people to fight. Wait a minute. Could it be that the god fiend was annoyed by Chef, so he opened the plane door and sent him over? Later, I met Shorty. She fought with me, and the god fiend agreed to open the door to the other world. Mengpa. A strange expression flashed across Lone Moon's face. Why, did she help you? I don't know either. But when we returned to the immortal world and attracted the god fiend, it was all thanks to her help. Otherwise, he might not even know where the god fiend was. Lone Moon clenched his fists. For a moment, he could not understand why Mengpo wanted to help I Ching. Like the god fiend, she was one of the three ancient gods of creation. She should be on the god fiend's side. What's more, when they were suddenly sent back, she knew about it and agreed with the god fiend. But why did she help I Ching this time? Was she Shorty or Mengpa? Chef. Shining suddenly spoke. How long have we been gone? I Ching paused. Even his body trembled. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, 3,000 years. What? Lone Moon was shocked. Although he knew that time passed differently in the other world, he did not expect it to take so long. But they didn't expect that so much time had passed. This meant that Chef had been looking for them all these years. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Although Chef looked normal on the surface, he did not give up looking for them for so many years, and even chased them all the way to this plane. Lone Moon could not imagine how he lived all these years. Fortunately, I succeeded. I Ching did not seem to mind at all. He leaned slightly back against Shining, looking satisfied. As long as he found Master, it was good. But now that he found her, all these years were worth it. Shinying's hand paused. After a moment, she continued combing. Chapter 287. Lone Moon glanced at Chef and sighed. Don't worry, God Fiend, that little bastard, I'll go back and deal with him one day. As long as Master is here. I Ching had no intention of taking revenge. Anywhere is fine. Hey, can't you have some principles? He smelled something sour again. Shinying's sister should be able to send us back soon. Lone Moon could only look at Shining. Right? Huh? That might not be the case. What huh? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. Don't you want to go back and teach the God Fiend a lesson? So troublesome my ass, can you not be lazy at this time? The injured one is your disciple. Also, what the hell are you doing? You spent half a day combing your hair, and you tied 2 ponytails for a big man like Chef, is that appropriate? It's quite good. Good my ass. It hurts my eyes, okay. I think it's quite good too. You're bragging, shut up. Lone Moon felt that I Ching had really become an immortal chef, no, a cooking god. Although they had only been back for slightly more than a month, after 3,000 years, his skills had not deteriorated at all. Even the kitchen utensils that had accumulated a layer of dust in Shinying's house, he only had to briefly explain them once and he could use them smoothly. He was much faster than learning about swordsmanship. The few of them ate for a full 2 hours before they finished all the dishes on the table. Lone Moon was just about to introduce the basic situation of this world to Chef when suddenly there was a familiar beep from inside the house. It was Shinjing's message. It's my sister, hide. Shining threw her chopsticks and turned her head. Why? Lone Moon faltered, not understanding why she said that. Stop talking nonsense, hurry. With that said, she stuffed the two of them under the table out of habit. Lone Moon, wait, why did he have to lie down too? Little Ing. Shinjing's voice sounded in the house. Sister. Shining immediately stood up straight. I've already checked on the problem with your body, I haven't found the answer, but it shouldn't have any negative effects. Yes. But I've contacted the plane that you went to, a similar plane manager. I want her to help you take a look at the situation, Shinjing said in a low voice. When I'm done with the things on hand, I'll bring you over. Alright, big sister. Shining nodded. Get ready. Don't run around. No problem, sis. Yes. Just as Shinjing was about to cut off the communication, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Oh yes, I sensed that you directly activated the space transmission just now. The distance is very close, and it's even to your home. What's so urgent? She stiffened. It's nothing. I just got lost and wanted to go home. Really? Shinjing's eyes narrowed. Why didn't you teleport back when you were lost a few galaxies away? I'm hungry now. She immediately changed the topic to her mutated body. Oh. Shinjing nodded. Then can you explain to me who the man lying on the left under your table is? He could even see that. She had clearly blocked other perspectives. Unexpectedly, Shinjing was not as angry as she was the last time. She only raised her eyebrows and said, I haven't seen you bring a man home for so many years. You brought two back from this area. This is considered eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Lone Moon in the bowl, I Ching in the pot, Shining frowned. Sis, he's not my boyfriend. Father Nyo wasn't either. Oh. Shinjing's eyes darkened, as if she had seen through everything. Since he's not, then why did you use the space transmission? Shining lowered her head at once. She had no choice but to confess. He came from the previous plane. Shinjing's expression darkened instantly. She glanced at Chef who had crawled out from under the table. Her eyes were as cold as ice. That means, he's an intruder. Sis, listen to me, shut up. Shinjing's voice became even colder. The way she looked at Shining was like a knife that was about to poke out of the screen. Even Lone Moon trembled subconsciously. Did you go out to train your guts? Stay here obediently. I'll be right back. With that said, the screen dimmed before anyone could react. Lone Moon felt nervous for no reason. Shinjing's expression was completely different from when she first discovered him. It was as if she was really angry. Shining, what does your sister mean? He couldn't help but ask. Shinying's expression darkened. All those who invade the plane without permission are unstable factors that need to be eliminated. Eliminated? She wouldn't really kill Chef, would she? Lone Moon's heart tightened. For some reason, he just felt that if Shinjing wanted to make a move, Shining wouldn't be able to stop her. Then what should we do? Master. I Ching's expression also darkened. I came here voluntarily. If there's any punishment, I'm willing to accept it. I won't resist. You're crazy. Lone Moon exclaimed. Shinjing is the plane manager. I'm afraid you can't bear it at all. Forget it. Shining seemed to think of something. Her expression darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, if my sister really wants to make a move, I have another way. Maybe it can stop her. After all, he was her chef, her disciple. She had to try. If he died, so be it. Really? She should have said so earlier if she had a trump card. But looking at her cowardly face in front of Shinjing, why was she so untrustworthy? After all, she had lived under her sister's tyranny for so many years. Lone Moon didn't have time to ask in detail. In the next moment, the space in front of him twisted. Shinjing's figure instantly appeared in the layer. So, he's the disciple you took in the other world. Shinjing sat on the sofa alone. She glanced at the three people standing neatly in front of her. Yes. Shining nodded. Sister Shinjing, Chef chased after us because of us. And he didn't know that he needed your permission to travel through planes. Lone Moon also explained immediately. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Why don't you forget it? Forget it? Shinjing laughed coldly. The cold air on her body swept over. Do you think plane invasion is such a simple thing? Do you know how much this will affect the plane? How much mess do I have to clean up? But he didn't do it on purpose. Just say that he didn't do it on purpose. Shinjing stood up directly. Her gaze was even colder. She stabbed the three of them like a knife. This precedent cannot be set. If anyone can burrow into my plane, then this world is finished. Little Ing, they don't understand. Don't tell me you don't understand this logic. I understand. And this one too. Shinjing suddenly turned to look at Lone Moon. Me? Lone Moon's heart jumped. His back broke out in a cold sweat for no reason. Chapter 288. Do you think I don't know about the messed up data you brought back from the alternate plane? Lone Moon was shocked. Data? His cultivation level. Although your transmigration was not of your own accord, if you continue like this, it will still have unpredictable effects on this world. Shinjing glanced at him. I just don't have time to deal with you for now. Don't forget, apart from being Shinjing's older sister, I'm also the manager of this plane. She took a few steps forward, each step seemed to be stepping on their hearts, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness, causing them to lower their heads subconsciously, as if facing the highest existence of this world that they could not resist. Whether it's an invader or messed up data, I will not allow it to exist. Anything that affects the stability of the plane, I will absolutely not allow it to exist. The moment she said that, Lone Moon felt something pressing down on him, and subconsciously took a step back. If not for Shining holding him, Lone Moon would have knelt down directly. At this moment, he really realized what a manager was. She clearly did nothing, but he felt a special pressure coming from his divine perception, and even his cultivation was about to dissipate uncontrollably. Older sister. Shining suddenly spoke, and Lone Moon's whole body relaxed, breaking free from that invisible pressure. He turned to look at Chef beside him, and found that he was in the same situation as him. Don't call me. Shinjing turned back and glared at him. What have I taught you since young? Have you forgotten all about it? I haven't forgotten. Shining lowered her head even more. Haven't forgotten. Look at what you've done. I asked you to help me manage the plane, and this is how you help. Shinjing became even more furious, cold air coming out of her whole body. I thought that after a few days out, you would know to restore this person's data, and you even brought an invader back. The more she spoke, the colder her tone became, and her expression was one of exasperation. You've been out for a few days, you've become careless. You don't even listen to me anymore, do you? No. No. She laughed coldly, and directly brought up a light screen. All right then. This matter can't be delayed any longer, whether you want to eliminate or expel the invader, deal with it for me now. Also, erase this person's data immediately. Erase their memories while you're at it. Shinjing was serious. Lone Moon's heart tightened. He tugged at the corner of Xinying's clothes. What happened to the killer move? If not now, then when? The corner of Xinying's mouth twitched, and she gave him a meaningful look. After a while, he looked up and asked, Sis, do we really have to do this? What? Do you want me to do it myself? Xinying's expression turned even colder. All right. Xinying suddenly sucked in a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind about something. Gritting her teeth, she turned back to give Lone Moon and Yi Qing a warning look. Emphasizing every word, she said, Don't laugh. Ha! Lone Moon did not understand what she meant. She took a step forward, and the expression on her face instantly changed. She blinked her eyes twice, and a layer of mist instantly appeared on them. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she crossed her arms in front of her chest, making a pitiful expression. In a second, she had transformed from a lazy otaku into a soft and cute girl. Even her voice rose by a few octaves, with a hint of coquettish tone. Sis, don't be so fierce, just listen to me this time. Promise littling to let them go, okay? She puffed up her pink little face and blinked her eyes hard, as if there were thousands of stars in them. I will definitely listen to Sis in the future. Be good. For a moment, it was as if something was shooting out of her body. So very, very cute. Especially cute. Fatally cute. Oh, Q with a thud, something hit her chest. Her heart beat like a drum, and her breathing quickened. In an instant, she was hit by the fatal aura called cute. In the next second, I promise you. Xinying's cold expression was like a flood that broke the dam. She hugged the person in front of her, pressed her into her arms, and rubbed her face crazily. I promise you, Sis will promise you anything. Who asked my littling to be so cute? Then, the two of them, anything. Anything is fine, little Ying's happiness is the most important. Thank you Sis, you're the best to littling. You're so cute, anything you say is right. Littling likes Sis the most. Me too. You stopped acting like a spoiled child to me since we were 3 years old. Sis is so touched, my cute littling is finally back. What the hell? Lone Moon took a deep breath and pressed down on his pounding heart. Only then did he come back to his senses. As expected of a killer move, acting cute was too scary. Xinying's back was clearly facing them, but at that moment, he felt like he was about to lose his life. He faintly heard a special notification sound beside his ear. Ding! Xinying activated her killer move, acting cute. Ding! Xinying received a critical hit. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to not be implicated. This move was too much of a cheat, it was a shameless indiscriminate attack. Chef, Wait, Chef, what's wrong? Wake up. Why is your face so red? Is your injury not healed yet? Holy shit. Why is your nose bleeding? An hour later. Cough, since littling is pleading on your behalf, I won't pursue the matter between the two of you for now. Xinying, who had finally returned to normal, coughed and returned to her noble and cool self. But even if I don't do anything, the two of you will still be rejected by this plane. The manager of your world did not respond, so I can't send you back directly. I can't be sure what will happen if you stay here. Can't you do what Kai Tian did and give us a permit first? Xinying asked. Do you think permits are cabbages that you can grow as many as you want? Xinying rolled her eyes. Xinying pouted. Older sister Xinying stiffened, then her heart softened. Cough. It's not that we can't give them permits. But you have to have the ability to pass the test. Test. Lone Moon was stunned. Nowadays, even learning a foreign language requires a permit. Of course we have to take a permit too. Shenjing glanced at the two of them. Both of your data are indeed very high, but it's not certain whether you can pass the test. So, did it mean that they needed to take a temporary residence permit? What kind of test? Let's take the job that we originally planned to give to Little Ing. She pulled up a screen. Instantly, 2 black and red planets appeared in front of the two of them. These 2 dead planets were infected by the alternate world during the space storm last time. Although there is no civilization on them, many animals and plants were affected. Choose a planet and use whatever method you use to get rid of the effects within a day. Then, I'll give you the right to enter the plane. Chapter 289. Alright. I Ching nodded and stood up. As long as he did not leave Master, anything was fine. Lone Moon and Shining exchanged a look and stood up as well. Oh, right. Shenjing suddenly added, Little Ing, you can't go. Why? You're in a special situation now. If you do it, there's no need for the test. Shining frowned and her voice softened. Sister, Shenjing's mouth twitched and her attitude changed instantly. Alright, you can go, but you can't do it yourself, understand? Alright, sister. No problem, sister. Lone Moon, Qing, he felt that Shenjing's cuteness buff had not worn off. This was a barren wasteland. The ground was scorched and all the living things seemed to be left with only the instinct to devour. They bit and gnawed at each other as if they would never stop. There were pieces of fresh or rotten meat all over the ground. The air was filled with an unpleasant stench. Lone Moon instantly understood why this was a dead planet. Apart from the fact that there was no one here, this was like the scene of a zombie movie. There was no sign of life at all. The moment he and Chef landed on the ground, they began to clean up the wild animals and plants around them. With their cultivation, it was not difficult to deal with these mindless monsters, but there were too many of them. Every time they killed one, another would pounce on them endlessly. Shining, how big is this planet? Lone Moon looked at the monsters gathering again and could not help but ask. Shining kicked the stone under her feet. Something flashed in her eyes before she answered, the size of more than 100 Earths. What? Lone Moon's eyes widened. How long were they going to take to clear this? Shenjing was tricking them. It was definitely true. If these animals and plants are all infected, we can't clean them all up in a day no matter what. More and more monsters gathered around them, and they seemed to be getting stronger. At first, they could barely find a place to land. Gradually, they could only fly into the air to rest temporarily. But even so, there were many monsters that could fly. What should we do? Fly that way. Shining suddenly pointed to the right. There should be clues we need there. Lone Moon was stunned. He slashed at the giant bird beside him and sped up without hesitation. After flying for more than an hour, there was already a huge flock of birds behind him. They did not seem to have any intention of giving up. What exactly are we looking for? Lone Moon could not help but ask. I'm looking for some information, Shining answered. Suddenly, she raised her hand and pointed in front of her. There. Lone Moon looked up and realized that there was a triangular building floating in the air in front of him. It looked like it was only a few square meters. It was silvery white on the outside, reflecting the sunlight. If one did not look closely, one would not notice it. What is this? An abandoned detection station, Shining replied, then directed Chef to fly over. No one knew how she did it, but a door instantly opened on the triangular building. Inside was a small space that could only fit 3 people. What are we doing here? Lone Moon looked confused. looking for information about this planet. As he spoke, he suddenly tapped on the right corner of the wall. Instantly, a virtual image of the planet popped up. There were all sorts of data beside it that they could not understand. How did you know that there was information here? Lone Moon and Yi Qing were both shocked. The Star Alliance has a detection station on every planet in Area T, Shining answered casually. There's one on Earth too, but it's been blocked. This was also why she could connect to the star web. Although they did not understand, they felt that it was very impressive. Shining looked at the map and then at the data beside it. Then, she said, this is indeed an OR planet. What OR planet? More than 80% of this planet is made up of OR like W9851, Shining explained. This kind of OR is very common in the galaxy. There are many of them on other planets too. That's why this detection station was abandoned. But W9851 OR is highly explosive. When it explodes, it will be very powerful and spread. You mean to say? Lone Moon's eyes lit up. He immediately understood what she meant. If we directly explode these ores, we can blow up this planet. Yes. Shining nodded. But there's a problem. What problem? The surface of this planet has already been infected by those animals and plants. The ores inside are buried very deep. My sister won't let me do it. Unless you directly cut open the surface and use a special bomb to detonate it, you won't be able to spread it to the entire planet. Then how thick is this surface? A few thousand meters. That thick. That was too scary. I'll go. Yi Qing suddenly spoke. You can't cut it open either. Before Lone Moon could finish, Chef had already turned and walked out. Wait, there's still. Before he could finish, Yi Qing's body suddenly exploded with unprecedentedly huge sword chi. He slashed his sword towards the flock of birds that had already caught up to them. In an instant, there was only a huge flash of fire. The huge birds that originally filled the sky were directly swallowed up by the fire. The sky seemed to be burning. Everywhere was filled with suffocating sword chi. Even the entire detection station was shaking. Lone Moon was shocked. Although he knew that Chef's cultivation was different from before, this was too frightening. And this fire, true phoenix fire. Wasn't he a dragon? Before he could think clearly, Chef directly flew down to the ground after dealing with the chasing flock of birds. In an instant, the sky full of sword chi rushed down. Suddenly, there was a golden light all around. That golden light slowly gathered and finally formed a huge sword, directly slashing towards the ground. There was a loud bang. It was obvious that the entire planet was shaking. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared on the ground. It expanded infinitely to both sides and became wider and wider. The bottom was like an abyss, one could not see the bottom. Split open. Lone Moon's eyes widened. Indeed, he was a little cheat. He hurriedly turned to look at the light screen beside Shining. He saw that it showed the words more than 2,000 meters. Still not enough. Just a little bit more. Chef. He was just about to call him back. Suddenly, the cry of a phoenix rang out. Yi Qing, who was still holding his sword, suddenly transformed into a huge fire phoenix. He charged straight into the cracked abyss. The originally pitch-black abyss was instantly illuminated, and fiery flames extended all the way to the bottom. The surrounding shaking became even more intense. The number on the light screen in front of Shining that had just stopped jumped again. 2,700. 2,800. 2,900. 3,000. It's done. Lone Moon's heart leaped. He immediately conjured a seal and sent a voice transmission. It's done, Chef. the number on the screen stopped. After a while, the light that had sunk into the abyss flew out and returned to the detection station. Chef, who had already changed back into his original form, walked out of the fire. Chapter 290. I haven't seen you for so long, you can even transform into a phoenix. He was indeed a mixed-blood dragon and phoenix, able to change between 3 forms at will. Lone Moon casually patted Yi Qing's shoulder. Chef's body swayed, and he looked like he was about to fall. Shining, who was at the side, reached out to support him. Chef! Lone Moon was shocked too, only then did he realize that Yi Qing's face was pale, and there were fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Holy shit, are you all right? He hurriedly felt his pulse. I'm fine. Yi Qing shook his head, the corners of his mouth twitching, as if trying hard to give Shining a smile. Master, don't worry, I'm just tired from using up all my god power. Shining frowned. Are you really all right? He nodded hard. Shining looked towards Father Nyo. Lone Moon nodded and sighed in relief. There's nothing wrong with his pulse. It was indeed just that his god power was used up. Let's get rid of this planet quickly. What do we do next? Just buy a detonator and throw it down. Shining then turned back to the light screen and clicked on it. In an instant, all sorts of detonator devices popped up all around. There are quite a few on the Star Web black market. She glanced around and then directly clicked on the cheapest one. In the next instant, a notification sounded in the house. Beep. Your balance is insufficient, unable to purchase. Lone Moon, Iching, Air. Shining stiffened. I forgot to recharge my game tokens. Recharge your game tokens, don't you freaking use black when you go online? How do I switch accounts? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched as he took a deep breath. Ha! Shining faltered. But Lone Moon directly went forward and clicked on the wristband that he had not had time to take off. In the next instant, there was a ding sound, and the screen immediately cut in front of him. The user directly switched the 2 words Shining to Father Nyo. He raised his hand and clicked on the most expensive picture at the top. 2 beeps were heard, and a familiar notification sounded. Ding, purchase successful. We look forward to your next visit. In an instant, a luxurious version of the detonator glowing with blue light appeared in front of them. Shining, Iching, Shining looked up and was almost blinded by the huge string of zeros on Father Nyo's Star Web account balance. Father Nyo, did you hack the Interstellar Bank? What black bank? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her like a CEO. Is this the money you earned in that online game with you last time? Didn't it reset to 0? My points have been cleared to 0. But the corpses of the monsters that we cleared are still under our names, so I've been dealing with them in the past few days. And then, you sold the minions. Wasn't that trash? So valuable. I also checked the industry chain of the game planet. I contracted the corpses to a recycling company and sold their parts in batches to earn some profit. There's still half of the star coins that haven't been transferred to my account. As he spoke, he glanced at the numbers on the screen. Sure enough, the eye-piercing number was still jumping up, and he could hear the beeping sound of the bill arriving. Shining, Iching, why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Nothing, I just suddenly really want to call you Daddy. Get lost. With Father Nyo's strong financial support, the 3 of them finally completed the task in one day. Shinjing kept her word. She directly took out 2 pieces of paper and wrote the words, plain pass, on it and handed it to them. Lone Moon looked at the A4 paper in front of him and could not react for a long time. Wasn't this 2F** King casual? Didn't they say that the pass could not be given out casually? In the end, it was just a piece of broken paper. Lone Moon glanced at Shining beside him and held back the ridicule in his heart. Instead, I Ching beside him was shocked. He did not know if it was an illusion, but ever since he came to this master's world, the feeling of being pulled by someone had suddenly disappeared. Oh yes, you said Shen Ying's body problem before. How is it? Lone Moon asked. Little Ing. Shen Jing turned to look at the person beside her. Her gaze instantly softened, the love in her eyes almost overflowed. She rubbed her face wildly. When I think of my so cute littling being dragged to a foreign plane and suffering so much, big sister's heart aches so much. Don't worry now, I will definitely help you find that bastard. Shining. Loveless in life. JPG I Ching. Did Master's older sister activate some special attribute? Lone Moon. This fellow must be a siscon, definitely. Also, this Shining was using cheats the whole time. She did not suffer at all, okay? I can't detect the condition of her body, but I have already found a plane similar to the one you are talking about. Shen Jing thought of something and directly opened a light screen. She began to operate. I have already contacted the manager there. She will send the pass over in a while. Let's go there directly and let her help you take a look. What exactly is wrong with your body? Similar plane. Lone Moon was stunned. Are there other immortal cultivation planes? Yes. Shen Jing nodded. The number of planes cannot be estimated. Apart from our world, which is completely different from the one you went to, there are also parallel planes that are very similar. Then can they really see the problem with Shining? That's not certain. Shen Jing sighed and frowned. But we have to try. After a while, a notification sound suddenly rang out in the room. The pass has been sent over. Shen Jing stood up. A light screen immediately popped up in front of her. On it, the word pass was written simply and crudely in red. Shen Jing only raised her hand. Instantly, there was a flash of light. The word split into two, like a door opening. In a moment, a white passageway appeared in front of them. Let's go. Shen Jing nodded at the few of them and walked in first. In a moment, her figure disappeared. The few of them exchanged a look. Apart from Shen Jing, this was the first time they had seen another manager. They could not help but feel nervous. They wondered what the managers of other planes were like. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief and followed. All he saw was a flash of white light in front of him. In the next moment, they were in another world. He faintly heard the familiar sound of cooking. A young woman's voice could be heard. You're here. Wait for me. I'll be done immediately after I finish this round. Shining, Lone Moon, I Ching. What the hell? Chapter 291. Lone Moon looked at the manager of another plane, in front of him, a little confused. Dressed in home clothes and a pair of slippers, he held a phone in his hand. One hand moved quickly, and at the same time, he gritted his teeth and cursed. The one in the middle lane is coming, what are you spacing out for? Stop him. Why are you still fighting in the wilderness? Hurry up and gather. The dragon is out, let's go steal it now. Fatty, what are you doing? Go big, go big. Holy shit, why are you pulling me back? Do you know how to play? The few of them sat on the sofa for a whole half an hour, the other side did not stop, and the more they played, the more excited they became, as if they had completely forgotten that there were 4 people sitting opposite them. What happened to the immortal cultivation world that was similar? Wasn't the place where this manager lived a little too down to earth? It was obviously more similar to the modern world, even the mobile games were the same. Lone Moon was about to ask Shinjing if she opened the wrong portal, when a man suddenly walked out of the kitchen. He was clearly wearing warm home clothes, but his whole body was emitting a cold aura, as if one would get frostbite if they looked at him for too long. He glanced at the few people sitting here awkwardly, put down the dishes in his hands, and walked over. You. Yao. He called the girl who was addicted to the game, his voice as cold as his person, but the way he looked at the girl, it was like ice had just melted, and he reached out to take her phone. The girl instinctively reached out to grab it. Master, I'm about to win, Yu Yao. The man frowned, glancing at the person on the sofa opposite him. The girl was stunned for a moment, then turned her head, the corner of her mouth twitching. Sorry, I forgot that you guys are still here. She directly stood up, coughed. Little Jing, long time no see. She smiled at Shinjing, her gaze fixed on Shining, and her eyes brightened. This is your littling, right? So cute, so cute. Right, right? Shinjing also smiled into a line, and pulled the girl to start talking. You don't know, she was even cuter when she was young. I still have her picture with me. Really? Let me see, let me see. The two immediately huddled together. Look, this is when she was 1, this is when she was 2. Wow, it's true. Look at her pink cheeks. How did you raise her? What milk powder? That's a lot to learn. Milk powder can't be fed casually, Wang Yao said. Since you have experience, why don't you introduce it to me? It just so happens that my kid can use it. Okay. Let me tell you. Shining, Lone Moon, Qing, seeing the two of them start to share their parenting tips, the trio on the sofa were speechless. The corner of Shinying's mouth twitched. She could not help but tug at the person beside her. Big sister. Do you still remember why you're here? Shinjing was stunned. Only then did she put away her phone reluctantly. Yao, I've already told you the general situation last time. This time, I'm here because I want you to take a look at Littling. Your plane is about the same as hers. I think you might be able to find out what happened to her. Don't worry. The other party patted her flat chest angrily. Your problem is my problem. Leave it to me, there's no problem. With that said, she finally turned to look at them. She turned to smile at Shining and reached out a hand. Hello, Littling. I'm your sister's friend. My name is Xu Yao. Shining. She directly reached out and shook her hand. Xu Yao turned back to look at Shinjing. Oh yes, you didn't make it clear in your message. What's wrong with her body? Her data cannot be detected. It even exceeds the limit. Shinjing said in a low voice. And this situation only happened after she was pulled to another plane. Xu Yao nodded and gestured for Shining to stand up. She walked one round around Shining, and after a while, she frowned and said, Strange, I don't see anything wrong with you. Forget about divine qi. There wasn't even the slightest bit of spiritual energy. This was not very possible for someone who had been to an immortal cultivation plane. You can't see it either. Shinjing's expression darkened. Xu Yao thought for a moment. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. She turned to look at the cold-faced man behind her. Master, can you help Littling take a look too? She then explained, My master knows more about the immortal cultivation world than I do. The man frowned and looked at the two people on the sofa beside him. Their cultivation levels are not lower than mine. If they can't see it, it's the same for me. Then I can only open the system's heavenly eye. She suddenly thought of something and summoned a light screen in her hand. Realm Spirit gave me a detection system before he left. It was originally used to predict and warn me of bugs in my plane. Through the system, I can see the cause and effect of all unreasonable objects. She turned to look at Shining and explained while operating. If Little Ying's data really overflows, then the system will definitely judge her as a bug and label her with the letters BUG. This way, as long as we check the cause, then we can know why she became like this. Shenjing was delighted. Yes. Zhu Yao nodded. But this word can only be seen by the manager. With a beep, a ray of light swept towards Shining. Indeed, through the light screen, Shen Ying's appearance began to blur in Zhu Yao and Shen Jing's eyes. Faintly, words appeared on her face. And they became bigger and clearer. In a short while, they could clearly see the words on her face, boss. Zhu Yao, Shen Jing, what the hell? Why is it a boss? What happened to the promised bug? And why is it golden? Wasn't it always black before? Yao Yao, didn't you say there were only 3 letters? Why did 4 appear? I don't know either. Never had such a situation happen before. To the system, bugs had to be fixed. Then, could it be that the boss had to be pushed down? Can we still find out the cause like this? Let me try. Zhu Yao paused and immediately reacted. She pressed the button on the light screen. With a beep, a line of red words instantly popped out. Wrong target, unable to obtain. Looks like it won't work. Zhu Yao frowned and said apologetically, I'm sorry, little Jing. I can't help you. It's fine. I just wanted to give it a try. What's more, I won't be able to find out anything. You haven't been a manager for long either. It's normal that you can't find out anything. Yes, I'm still a newbie. She paused halfway through her sentence. She suddenly thought of something and widened her eyes. Why don't I introduce someone to you? He must know. Who? The manager of my original world. Zhu Yao hurriedly tapped on the light screen in front of her and opened a communication channel. She dialed 3 times but the call did not go through. It was not that she did not pick up, but the other party immediately hung up. Yet she seemed to be long used to it. She continued dialing for the 4th time. In the next moment, a man's figure appeared on the light screen. His eyes were so fierce that he looked like he wanted to eat someone. He opened his mouth and said, Do you want to die? Chapter 292. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yao laughed. Boss, is Guogua there? Nope. Scram. The man's expression darkened. Just as he was about to hang up, a gentle voice sounded. Yao Yao, it's you. A girl suddenly appeared on the screen and pulled the man away. I haven't seen you for a few days. Where did you go? I went back to the immortal cultivation world for a business trip, Zhu Yao replied. Then, with a serious expression, she said, Guogua, can you ask your man to do me a favor? I have a friend she told him about Shining. Humph. Just as she finished speaking, the man snorted. What does the other planes have to do with me? Is it Yao Yao's best friend? The girl suddenly interrupted. Of course. Zhu Yao nodded. The man's expression darkened. We're not free, help. All right. In the next moment, the space in the room twisted and a spatial tunnel appeared in front of everyone. Shen Jing, Zhu Yao, Yu Yan, the 3 people who were watching the whole time. According to Zhu Yao, her best friend's partner was an experienced manager. The plane she was originally in was the one he managed. That was a plane that was infinitely close to Shen Jing's. He was already a manager when that world was born. If there was anyone else who could find out about Shen Ying's situation, it would be him. And after checking Shen Ying's data, his face, which had been filled with disdain and wanted to chase everyone away, finally revealed a different expression. The screen in his hand was still lit up with a bunch of messy data, but the entire screen was red. "How is it?" Yi Qing asked anxiously. "May I ask what happened to my master?" The man's expression became even weirder. He scanned Shening from head to toe, then sat down at the side and said, "Nothing." Everyone was stunned. What did he mean? If I'm not wrong, her situation is better than everyone else's. He glanced at Shen Jing and Zhu Yao, then added, "including us." What do you mean? Lone Moon was stunned. Although I can't be sure, I'm not far from it. He gave Shening a meaningful look and said with certainty, "Can you feel the limits of your power?" Shening paused. Bottom line. Was there? That should be it. He didn't seem to need her to answer. He walked over and sat down beside Guogua. Turning to look at Shen Jing, he said, "You are also a manager. You should know why we exist, right?" "An existence higher than this plane," Shen Jing replied directly. "Yes." The man continued, "We are existences that are higher than our own plane, or were born at the same time as the plane, like me. Or they can be directly acknowledged by the plane, like you. Or the will of the world itself, for example, that one who often scrounges for food." He pointed at Zhu Yao. "Zhu Yao, in short, we are the plane itself," he continued. "That's why we can manage the entire plane. As long as it is born in the plane, everything is within the scope of management, nothing can escape our eyes. Unless, the other party has left the plane and is given control by the world's consciousness like a freeloader." Zhu Yao. "Enough, stop calling me a freeloader." "I know this," Shen Jing said in a low voice. Shen Jing said in a low voice. "But Little Ing belongs to my plane. I can sense her connection, but I can't find out her situation. That's because she willingly allowed you to sense her. If she didn't want to, you wouldn't even be able to sense her existence." Shen Jing faltered. At once, everyone in the room turned to look at Shening. "Huh?" Shening froze. She silently put down the apple she had just picked up. "What's wrong? Can't I eat it?" Yi Qing, who was beside her, habitually handed over an immortal fruit. "How can this be?" Shen Jing was still a little confused. "Little Ing is my biological sister. Of course she belongs to my plane. Wasn't I a gift from you when you topped up your phone?" Shening suddenly interrupted. "Nonsense." Shen Jing glared at her. "I obviously picked you up from the rubbish bin back then." "Shening, Yi Qing, Lone Moon, was there a difference? She was raised by me since she was young. She has the same blood as me." Shen Jing continued. "Compared to other people, her connection to the plane is deeper. It's impossible for her to escape my senses. If you don't believe me, try using your plane authority." The man pointed at Shening. Shen Jing faltered. She turned to look at Shening, her eyes narrowed. At once, there seemed to be a huge aura emanating from her body. It went straight toward the opposite side. In just a moment, the entire room was filled with a heavy pressure. A sense of fear that seemed to come from the soul rushed up to the heart. It made one completely unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. Everyone else was like this. But Lone Moon, who belonged to the same plane, completely could not control himself. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Holy shit! Why is it him again? Fu *K, Lone Moon felt his heart getting heavier and heavier. It was as if it was going to explode in the next moment. Older sister. Shening stepped forward and blocked in front of Father Nyo. Suddenly, as if breaking something, the pressure around them disappeared. Even Shenjing took a step back. Little Ing. She looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. I told you, the man said. She's no longer under the jurisdiction of your plane. Shenjing was stunned. Everyone else present also looked confused. They had no idea what they were talking about. Even Zhu Yao was at a loss, and had no choice but to give Guogua, who was at the side, a pleading look. To put it simply, what's wrong with her? Guogua asked. Yes, my wife, the man replied immediately. He held Guogua's hand and said, that means it's not her body that's changed. It's her existence itself that's changed. And it's the kind that even we managers can't understand. What do you mean? Let's put it this way. If everything in the plane is of the same level, and the manager is a higher existence than the plane, that means our manager's ability is above all the living things in this plane. I know that, Shening answered. The man continued, do you remember what your body's first reaction was after you transmigrated? Shening tilted her head. Hungry. That's right. He nodded. You're Shenjing's assistant and her younger sister. Your body is more inclined towards the manager's. Your older sister has been training you to become a manager. But the moment you transmigrated, your body was at a critical point. This point was the opportunity for you to become a manager. In the end, the moment you transmigrated, the power of the two planes was added to your body. That changed your existence, causing you to jump 2 levels. And it consumed a lot of energy. That's why you became hungry. You're saying that I became a manager? Shening was stunned. No, you accumulated 2 portions of plane power, he said seriously. Not just as a manager, but as, you surpassed the manager. Shenjing said directly. If managers are said to be higher than the plane, the man said slowly. You're now higher than the manager. Everyone, so this was what the previous boss meant. Chapter 293. Shening and the others came with a confused look on their faces, and they also returned with a confused look on their faces. Lone Moon finally knew what was going on with Shenying's terrifying power. No wonder no matter whether it was immortals, gods, or fiends, even those infinitely close to managing fiend celestials, they could not do anything to her. Even the realm gates that ordinary people could not cross, she could easily tear them apart with her bare hands. She was not on the same level as them at all, although he did not know what the so-called plane power superposition meant. But thinking about it carefully, the difference between her and them should be the same as the difference between a 3-dimensional person and a 2-dimensional paper doll. But couldn't she just tear it apart with her bare hands? No matter how beautiful the paper was, it was still paper. He felt that he needed some time to recover. Shenjing did not intend to stay any longer. After understanding the situation, she directly opened the plane gate and planned to go back. Shening, on the other hand, looked calm as she nibbled on her fruit, as if she did not feel the arrogance on her body at all. Chef! Chef! Lone Moon nudged the person beside him who was in a daze. Let's go. Oh. I Ching nodded, turned back to look at Yu Yen who was hugging Zhu Yao, and then followed the few of them through the plane passage. So they were also master and disciple. Little Ing, I can't help you in your current situation. Shenjing sighed and looked at the person in front of her with some worry. Suddenly, she did not know whether Shenying's situation was a good thing or a bad thing. You just work hard to adapt. Oh. Shening nodded, indicating that she did not feel anything at all. Regarding your transmigration, I'm still investigating the reason. She frowned, as if thinking of something. You said that you were playing a primitive game when you transmigrated, right? Primitive. Father Nyo felt like he was shot by an arrow. Seeing her nod, Shen Jing continued. I'll investigate according to this clue. Your current situation is not suitable to deal with the matters of this plane. Your vacation will continue to be extended indefinitely. Yes, sister, no problem, sister. Shen Ying's eyes brightened. I have something to do, I'll leave first, I'll be back in 3 days. With that said, she directly opened a space transmission, wanting to go in, but then she turned back and added, don't cause trouble. With that said, she disappeared. Shen Ying's back, which had been straightened all this while, relaxed instantly. She returned to her usual lazy self. Suddenly, he walked to the computer and picked up 2 familiar-looking wristbands. He turned around and handed one to Chef and the other to himself. His eyes were shining as he looked at Lone Moon. Father Nyo, let's go play. Scram. Apart from eating, sleeping, and playing, can you do anything else? Shening sighed and did not mind. Chef, let's go. Just as she was about to activate the wristband, I Ching handed the wristband back to her in surprise. His eyes darkened, and many emotions flashed across his face. It was as if he had been suppressing them for a long time and was about to explode. Master, huh? Shening paused. He clenched his fists by his side as if he had made up his mind. He suddenly stood up and looked at her with a serious expression that he had never shown before. He took 2 steps back and bowed to her with a loud thud. He bowed to her respectfully. What are you doing? Shening was shocked. Even Lone Moon beside her looked over. I Ching's expression became more determined. He looked straight at her and said loudly, your disciple has a question. I hope Master can answer it. What question? Shening was shocked by his serious expression. You don't have to be so serious, do you? Get up first. This matter has been pressing on your disciple's heart for many years. I hope that Master can listen to this disciple's words. After saying that, he once again kowtowed to her, knocking on the ground with a donk sound. All right, I'll listen. I'll listen, all right. Suddenly, it was so scary. Go ahead. Your disciple's fortune in this life is to have Master as my master. I've been attaining the great Tao along the way. Only then did he say each word very seriously. In your disciple's heart, Master is the person who guided my life. From the moment I entered the sect, I placed Master in my heart. Nothing else can compare to my importance. I've followed Master for many years. I've always done my duty as a disciple. I've never slacked off. I've always been proud of being able to enter the sect. It's just that as time went by, your disciple realized that there were many delusions in my heart. In the past, I didn't realize it. Now, it's because I'm not willing to cut them off. He clenched his fists by his side, looking so ashamed that he wanted to die. Shening subconsciously asked, what is it? His whole body shook, as if he couldn't continue speaking. After a while, he raised his head and gathered his courage to say, as a disciple, it's my duty to bring glory to the sect, and to help the world. But I don't want to. I'm selfish. I don't want Master to have disciples all over the world. I don't want Master to have other disciples. I don't want anyone to take a step closer to Master. I don't want Master to leave my sight. These delusions have been born for a long time. I can't cut them off. Your disciple wants to be by Master's side forever. I want to accompany Master at all times. I want Master to only have me as his disciple. I want Master to have no one else by his side. I want Master to never leave me again. Master taught me the right way. But I have delusions that give birth to demons. I've let down Master. But no matter how hard I try, I still can't suppress these delusions. In the thousands of years that I've been looking for Master, I've completely fallen into them. The more I resist, the deeper the delusions get. I can only ask Master to enlighten me. I don't want to be separated from Master again. I want Master to be mine. Pooey, Lone Moon, who had heard the whole story, could not help but spit out the drink in his mouth. He let out a maniacal laugh, but choked again. Instantly, he coughed like he had tuberculosis. As he coughed, he pressed on his chest. But he did not forget to give Yi Ching a thumbs up. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. Brother, your righteous confession is really awesome. 2F** King awesome. This was the first time he had seen such a serious, yet refreshing and unpretentious confession. I'm almost moved by you. What do you mean? Yi Ching frowned. I didn't expect that, chef. You have such skills to flirt with girls. It's just that you chose the wrong time. With that said, his laughter became louder and louder. He laughed so hard that he bent over. Yi Ching's expression turned cold. He said even more sternly, every word I say comes from the bottom of my heart. I'm not lying. Fellow Taoist Lone Moon, please don't take it as a joke. Oh, he's even calling me fellow Taoist. It looks like he's really angry. I'm sincerely asking Master to enlighten me. I want to dispel these delusions so that I don't make a huge mistake. If I've lost my balance in the past, I'll ask Master to punish me. Punish? Wait. Lone Moon suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked at Chef as if he was an alien. You. Don't tell me you really don't understand. You actually like Shining. You want to woo her, right? What? He likes Master. Chapter 294. WH. What? Yi Ching was stunned, as if he had just started to think about this. After a while, he seemed to wake up. His serious face seemed to explode, quickly turning red, replaced by a look of panic. I like Master. His eyes subconsciously glanced at the person in front, but before he could meet the other's eyes, his head dropped like a child who had done something wrong. His feelings towards Master, so it turned out to be, like. He liked Master. If liking meant being with Master forever, then it should be liking. Hey, you really don't know. Lone Moon clicked his tongue. He didn't even know and directly confessed. This move, one look and he could tell that it was a first, that. Moss. Master. Yi Ching's whole body shrunk. His impassioned look of asking for answers was instantly like a punctured bowl. He peeked at Shining with some trepidation and cautiousness. Hey, say something. Lone Moon gave Shining a push. Say what? Shining coughed. Chef's sudden move really made her a little confused. She felt a little nervous for no reason. He's stupid, you're stupid too. Lone Moon directly rolled his eyes. Give me an explanation whether he's dead or alive. With that said, he added, I'm telling you, you won't find someone as good at cooking as Chef. No matter what, they were brothers who had fought together before. He had to give them a push out of friendship. Sigh, so troublesome. Dating and whatnot. Troublesome my ass. Chef. Shining then turned to look at Yi Ching seriously. Yi Ching stiffened, as if still immersed in the truth exposed by Lone Moon. But he couldn't help but secretly look at her with a red face. Moss. Master. Have you thought clearly about what you want to say to me? I Ching was stunned. A trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. His whole body was in a daze. He lowered his head and didn't reply for a long time. Sigh. Shining sighed. Then that's it for now. We'll talk when you've thought it through. She waved her hand, planning to end the meeting. It's almost noon. It's time to have lunch. With that said, she stood up and was just about to ask Chef to get to work. I like Master. He suddenly opened his mouth, as if he had figured something out. His voice was even louder than before. He looked up straight into Shen Ying's eyes. His face was already as red as a tomato, but he still said word by word, if the idea of having Master as my own in my heart means that I like you, then I would like you to be my master. Then disciple likes Master, a long time ago, I like and only like Master. Shening, Lone Moon, holy shit, this confession is even better. After a long time, but I might not like you very much. Lone Moon felt a little cold these few days. Ever since Chef's unexpected confession seemed to have failed. Although the two of them didn't seem to have any difference, the one who should be playing games was playing games, and the one who should be cooking was cooking. However, he felt that there was a low pressure in the room. As an onlooker, Lone Moon felt a little suffocated. Especially when she accidentally caught sight of Chef's infinitely sorrowful gaze. More importantly, hey, aren't you going to do something about it? Lone Moon pointed at the busy figure in the kitchen. Do what? Shening was stunned. What else can it be? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. Chef, he's starting to cook again. Is it strange that he's cooking? He's chef. It's not strange that he's cooking, but there's no need to cook more than 10 meals a day, right? Lone Moon pointed at the table full of dishes. Since that day, Chef had never left the kitchen. He had been cooped up in there to cook. He had seen people who got drunk after falling out of love, but he had never seen someone who kept cooking after falling out of love. It was also very hard for him to buy groceries, okay? I said I'm full, but he won't stop. Shening spread her hands. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Oh yes, Father No, remember to pay for the gas. Get lost. He glared at her. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, do you really not have any feelings for Chef? A little. I guess. If you do, then go for it. Lone Moon said. When did you become such a wishy-washy person? Didn't she see that Chef's heart was broken? Shening turned to glance at him. He's different. How is he different? Lone Moon looked confused. He couldn't figure it out before. Don't tell me you can't see it. All these years, everyone can see that he has feelings for you. He's about to dig his heart out for you. That's why, it's different. Shening frowned and let out a long sigh. I am indeed a little interested in him, but it's just a little. I don't know how long it will last, and I don't know when it will be over. If a relationship is destined to fail from the start, it's better not to start. Lone Moon was shocked. He gave her a strange look. You're afraid that if you break up in the future, you'll hurt Chef's heart. Shen Ying's eyes turned. I think so. Are you sick? Lone Moon suddenly reached out and touched her head. You don't have a fever. You're already full. Why did your IQ drop? Get lost. Shening slapped his hand away. What happened to all those big principles that you used to trick me? Why aren't you taking them out now? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. Do you know what you're doing now? You're being spoiled. Ha! He finally threw the word back at her face. Instantly, his whole body felt refreshed. Is there anyone like you who breaks up as soon as they start dating? How do you know that you'll definitely break up with Chef in the future? Although things like relationships are quite unreliable, not everything will be replaced by time. I don't. I know that compared to you, Chef is indeed more affectionate and more persistent. You know that, and Chef knows that too. But when two people are together, it's not like they're competing in martial arts. Who's more and who's less? You're only thinking about what will happen if you break up in the future. Why don't you think about how much happiness you'll get when you're together? No, I'm afraid. You're afraid that you'll hurt his heart in the future, but now he's hurt too. But, aren't you saying that no one can predict what will happen in the future? If you don't go and torment yourself, who knows what will happen? Why are you not willing to torment yourself when it comes to relationships? Alright, as long as you're happy. When did you become such a pessimistic coward? In the past. Before he could finish, Shining suddenly stood up, giving him a fright. You mean, you want me to accept it first? Yes, what are you afraid of? Alright. Ha. Father No paused. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 295. Shining scanned him from head to toe and suddenly gave him a strange look. She seemed to have thought of something. A moment later, her expression changed and her eyes brightened. Father No, you're right. I've decided to listen to you. Ah. Ah. She agreed just like that. We agreed. Father No was the one who asked me to agree to this. WH. What? Agreed on what? Agreed on what? So if anything really happens in the future, you have to bear the responsibility bravely. What do you mean? Lone Moon was confused. Bear the responsibility bravely. Can you explain yourself? Shining, however, did not reply. She hurried into the kitchen and pulled Chef out excitedly. Moss. Master. Chef was also confused. Is there something urgent? Come back to the room with me and talk about life. Ah. Ah. I Ching was stunned. What does Master want to say? Let's talk on the bed. With that said, she pushed the door open and threw Chef onto the bed. The next moment, there was a loud bang and the door was slammed shut. Lone Moon, hey, control yourselves. Mind your image. Do you have to be so wild in broad daylight? And the big light bulb, was still on. He did not want to hear any discordant voices. Before I Ching could react, Shining had already leaned over. She was so close that she was almost touching his body. Moss. He panicked. Before he could speak, Shen Ying's slightly cold voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Chef, I have a way to go back to the other world. I Ching was stunned. His eyes widened. He could go back. Master, together? He asked anxiously. Shining nodded and leaned closer. But, you might have to suffer. All right. I haven't said anything and you've agreed. I believe everything Master says. Shining stiffened. She looked away uncomfortably. After a while, she said in a low voice, that. You know, in theory, my sister will never agree to me leaving this plane. If I bring it up, there will only be one result. WH. What? She will break my leg or both of your legs. Unless. I have the ability to be independent. Independent. He was stunned. Master was so powerful and they had tested her ability in the superplane. Wasn't that considered independent? My family's calculation is different. The corner of Shen Ying's mouth twitched. The independence that my older sister is referring to, the kind that has a family and a career. I Ching stared blankly for a moment before he understood what she meant. He nodded and said, "I will cooperate with Master." That. Let me say this first. I have no intention to play with your feelings. Shining explained awkwardly, "You're very good. I do like you a little, but not to that extent. Feelings are not necessary for me, and I don't have any plans to fall in love. So, compared to being my boyfriend, I'm more used to you being my chef." Master. I Ching suddenly interrupted her. His eyes seemed to be filled with tears. "I know. I have never wanted to change anything. This is good enough." This was a beautiful dream that he could not even dream of in the 3,000 years that seemed to be frozen in time. He had nothing else to ask for. "But, Master, can you promise me one thing?" "Yes. No matter what Master decides, I will always be Master's disciple and chef. But if one day, Master plans to fall in love, can you consider me first?" Shining was stunned. A while later, "All right." A while later. "Master." "Yes. Why do we have to discuss this under the covers? My older sister will hear us." "So. Master is lying on top of me. Can't she hear us?" Didn't she just sit on top of him?" Another, half a while later. "Master." "Yes. Will your older sister really break our legs?" "Don't worry. Father Nyo is here. She will break him first. Then, she will not have the strength to hit us." Recently, Lone Moon kept feeling a chill on his back. Even if he used his immortal chi, he could not alleviate it. What's more, his right eyelid kept twitching. He kept feeling that something big was going to happen. Perhaps it was because the plane did not match. No matter how he tried, he could not figure out what was wrong. Chef and Shining seemed to be together, but they did not look like they were dating. Shining was still playing games every day, looking as lazy as mud. Chef was still the same chef. Every time he looked at Shining, his gaze became more focused, as if he had thought something through. He did not cook more than 10 meals a day. The two of them seemed to be no different from before. It made him wonder if it was his imagination that day when Shining pulled I Ching into her room and did not come out for half a day. "You two are really together." It did not look like it at all. In order to avoid any awkward situations, he even planned to buy the suite opposite Shinying's house. Yet that night, Chef still slept in his room. He did not have any intention of moving over to Shinying's side. Shining was stunned. She turned to look at him. Then, she hooked her finger at I Ching, who was carrying fruits. "Chef, come here." "Master." I Ching had not put down the fruits he had just cut. He looked up at her in confusion. Shining suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar. She pulled him over and planted a kiss on his lips. But I Ching stiffened. The fruits in his hands fell to the ground, and his face turned red. Then, she turned to Lone Moon. "Is that okay? Was this considered showing off?" Lone Moon was about to mock her when a thud came from the side. A figure fell down and hit the ground. In the next moment, Shen Jing, who had been missing for a few days, appeared in front of them. Lone Moon, Ching, Shining, who was still grabbing I Ching's collar, her cold gaze swept across the three of them. Shen Jing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The temperature dropped. For a moment, the whole house was silent. As if he had a flash of inspiration, Lone Moon suddenly understood the reason for the chills he had been feeling these few days. And what did Shining mean by what she said before? He had been watching too much drama these days. He had completely forgotten that Shining had a demon king at home. And a demon king with a sister complex. Lone Moon could vaguely hear the sound of a bell ringing. Two words popped up in his mind. They started to appear endlessly. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Chapter 296. Half an hour later. Shenjing looked at the three people standing in front of her like quails. Her face seemed to be covered with a thick layer of ice. In other words, you're with this fellow from the other world. Shenning trembled and made a weak sound. Yes, you still want to go back to that plane with him? Yes. She glanced at Lone Moon. Or are you the matchmaker? Lone Moon shuddered. Really? Very good. Shenjing took a deep breath, as if trying hard to suppress something. Come over here. Before Lone Moon could react, he felt his collar tighten. His whole body was pulled over and dragged into the room. In the next moment, screams came from inside the room. Wait. Why me? What does it have to do with me? Ah. Ow 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 ow. Wait, what are you doing? Put it down. Help. Shenning, you heartless bastard. How dare you feed my sister poisoned chicken soup and kidnap her to another plane? I'll beat you to death. Shenning and Yi Qing were left behind, hugging each other and trembling. Father Nyo, we'll be filial to you in the future. Another half an hour passed. Father Nyo, are you still alive? Lone Moon covered his swollen face and sucked in a cold breath. You freaking did it on purpose. Ouch ow ow ow, damn it. She already knew that Shenjing would not agree to let her go back to the immortal cultivation plane. That was why she did not hesitate to agree to Chef's request. She was afraid that Shenjing would get angry, so she asked him to share the burden. Don't mind these details. She had already beaten him up. Big sister calmed down. Chef, hurry and treat Father Nyo's wounds. Yes, master, no problem, master. Get lost. Break off all ties, definitely break off all ties. Big sister, this is. Shenning pointed to the other figure beside Father Nyo, who did not look human at all, and asked carefully. The mastermind behind your transmigration to another plane. Shenjing, who had finally calmed down, looked at the two people on the ground and snorted. Instantly, the two of them trembled. Shenning took a closer look and realized that the man looked familiar. She paused. Kaitian. Little Ing. The person who was beaten up even worse looked up timidly, as if he wanted to smile, but it pulled at the wounds on his face, making it even more difficult to tell that he was human. Lone Moon paused. It was only then that he noticed the other person on the ground. For a moment, he did not understand what Shenjing meant. Wasn't this Kaitian her other assistant? Was he the one who dragged her and Shenning to the other world? You're a divine being, Yi Qing suddenly said. What? Lone Moon was shocked. He took a closer look and indeed, he saw a trace of god power around the other party. However, it seemed to be concealed by something. If he did not look closely, he would not be able to see it. Hi. I'm indeed from that world. Kai Tian chuckled and glanced at Shenjing. Seeing that she had no intention of objecting, he conjured a seal to soothe the wounds on his face. Little Ing, I'm sorry. I was the one who forcefully sent you to that world. Why? Shenning asked. This. I had no choice. He looked like he was about to burst into tears. There is no manager in that world. As time passes, it will all collapse one day. I thought of many ways to no avail, until I came to this world by chance. Shenjing trained you to be a manager since you were young. That's why I thought that perhaps you could become the manager of that world. You want Shining to take over that world? Yes. He nodded. But I did not think that you would undergo a change in your body during the transmigration. I heard from Shinjing that you're already an existence that transcends the plane. This proves that you're destined to be the manager of our plane. Ha! Shinjing snorted. You mean to say that my little sister, whom I've worked so hard to raise, should take over your mess? No, no, no. Boss, that's not what I meant. Kai Tian was instantly terrified. He glanced at Shining weakly. Our plane is very fragile. Once the three of us disappear, it will really be gone. 3. Yi Qing paused. Then, as if recalling something, his eyes widened. You're the god of creation. The last of the 3 ancient gods. You've heard of me. Kai Tian paused. We've met the other 2. Lone Moon frowned. They were the ones who sent Shining and me back. He thought for a moment, then added, the ones who couldn't wait to chase us away. What? Kai Tian stood up abruptly. Those 2 bastards are useless teammates. I was wondering why Littling came back so quickly. Boss didn't even notice before she came back. Kai Tian's heart sank. In order not to let Shinjing find out, he purposely hid his plane information and did not contact the other side. He did not expect that the manager he had found with so much difficulty would be sent back by his useless teammates. He had thought that Shining would definitely have feelings for the other world after so many years. Although Shinjing would definitely pull her back, he could try to persuade her when the time came. That way, the chances of success would be much higher. Although Shining was not the real manager and might not be able to withstand the power of the plane, she had Shinjing behind her. If anything went wrong, Shinjing would definitely help. He had thought of all the possible scenarios, but in the end, his plans were ruined by his own people. Was there anything more frustrating than this? Kai Tian felt like his heart had died. If I had known, I would have. You would have what? Shinjing suddenly spoke. Are you saying that if I hadn't found out, you wouldn't have sent her back? Kai Tian trembled and immediately knelt down again. I was wrong, boss. Kai Tian, have I been too lenient towards you? Have you forgotten whose plane this is? Shinjing's voice turned cold. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from her body. Kai Tian, who had been kneeling obediently a moment ago, seemed to be pressed down by something. His entire body fell to the ground and he spat out blood. What does the life and death of your plane have to do with my sister? What right does she have to help you? Boss. Boss. Kai Tian's eyes widened, but he could not say a word. Don't forget, if I can take you in as my assistant, I can also fire you. She seemed to be really angry. The moment she finished speaking, there was a loud crack. The ground beneath Kai Tian split open. A white light suddenly appeared on his forehead, as if something was about to fly out. Older sister. Shining had no choice but to step forward and stand between the 2 of them. Shinjing paused. The light on Kai Tian's forehead dimmed. I'm the one who fired him. Why did you rush out? Shinjing glanced at her. She seemed to have thought of something and her expression darkened. You're not really going to take over that stupid plane, are you? Chapter 297. Shining looked over and hesitated for a while before saying, Elder sister, I want to go back there. I don't agree. Shinjing objected directly. You're not allowed to go anywhere other than this plane. Sit down. Shining did not move. She repeated, Elder sister, I want to go over. I said no means no. Her brows furrowed. Do you know how dangerous it is to take over a plane? Have you forgotten how many times you've been attacked by malicious invaders since you were young? I haven't forgotten. Then you still dare to go? Let's not talk about whether you can handle the invasion. What if you get rejected by the plane? That probability is too low. It won't happen. Who says it won't? What if it really happens? It'll be too late for you to regret. Elder sister, you're not allowed to go. But, you can't stop me. Shenjing's face paled for a moment. Then she turned to look at Shining in disbelief. A hint of pain flashed across her eyes. What did you just say? Say it again. Shining clenched her fists by her side. She stepped forward and held her hands with both hands before saying, Elder sister, I'm not a child anymore. You don't have to protect me anymore. I'm already stronger than you. Shenjing faltered. She stared at her for a while before taking a deep breath. She paced back and forth in the living room a few times, as if trying desperately to hold back something. After a while, she stopped and walked back to Shining. You really must go. Yes. All right. She turned and sat down on the sofa. Her whole body relaxed as if something had been removed. She leaned back on the sofa. I promised you that when you're independent, I won't bother you with everything anymore. Just think about it carefully. With that said, her gaze was like an icy knife, stabbing straight at Chef beside her. And you're right. With your current abilities, I really can't stop you. The little sister she raised with so much difficulty was about to fly away with someone else. She really wanted to kill that bastard who kidnapped her. But think about it carefully. With your current abilities, you can control any plane. Even if you want to create a new one, you can. Are you sure you want to go back to that world? She turned to glare at Kay on the ground and said, not even a manager has been there before. Who knows how many traps are waiting for you? Actually, you don't have to worry. Littling already dealt with the biggest problem last time. Kai Tian was still lying on the ground pretending to be a quail when his eyes lit up. He immediately said, plus, I can help too. Humph. Shenjing snorted coldly. You speak as if you can escape from under my nose. Super Kai Tian coward immediately shrank back. I can bring Father Nyo and Chef along, Shining said. He's more useful than Kai Tian. Kai Tian. Fine, he was stabbed in the back again. He can. Shenjing pointed at the person who had occupied her kitchen the moment he arrived, then looked at Lone Moon. But he is originally from this world. If he goes to your side, it would more or less affect the plane. What if I become the manager's assistant? Shining asked. Assistant? She frowned and turned to look at the traitor Kai Tian on the ground. Becoming an assistant could indeed change the ownership of the plane. Think carefully. You can only have 2 assistants and you can't change them. If not for this reason, she would have beaten Kai Tian to death. Shining nodded vigorously. Having Father Nyo is enough. She could already see her permanent vacation waving at her. Lone Moon, who was suddenly affirmed, Shining was saying this to get them to go back to that world, wasn't she? She definitely was, right? Why did she suddenly have a bad feeling about this? Forget it. Your current abilities have already surpassed the existence of the plane. I can't control you anymore. You can decide for yourself. But before that, she turned and began to stare daggers at Kai Tian. Then, she kicked him. Since Littling has already decided to take over the plane, I won't pursue what you did previously. But you better settle the mess on your side, otherwise, yes, boss. No problem, boss. Kai Tian immediately straightened his back. He felt as if he had been hit by a pie. This was great. Their plane finally had a manager. His years of hard work had not gone to waste. He was so happy that he wanted to cry. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lone Moon never thought that they would be able to return to the immortal cultivation world so soon. What's more, Shining had become the manager of that world. In other words, he could do whatever he wanted in the three realms. Although it seemed like it was the same in the past, being able to return to a familiar place made him excited for no reason. Shenjing merely drew a line in the air and opened a white passageway. Large amounts of familiar immortal chi surged towards them. They could faintly see the familiar scene inside. She was the manager of the plane after all. She was on a completely different level from the plane door that Godfiend opened. In the blink of an eye, they returned to Godfiend's divine realm. Kaitian's real name was Kai Tian. He was indeed the last of the three great ancient gods who created the world. Perhaps he had suffered too much from Shenjing, but once he returned to the divine realm, he pulled Godfiend and Mengpe to scold them non-stop for 3 hours. He scolded the two of them like they were his grandchildren. Actually, this was entirely because the two of them had mistaken him for someone else. Kai Tian had transmigrated to another plane to find a suitable manager. He had transmigrated to many planes until he arrived at Shenjing's world and found Shining. That was why he used some tricks to hide his original plane. He made Shenjing think that he could not return and kept him as an assistant. He secretly connected the two worlds and wanted to send Shining over. But Shenjing was a siscon and had always kept a close eye on her. He never found a chance. Until Shining went on vacation. But it was during this period of time that Godfiend, who had been waiting in the original world for a long time, predicted that Lone Moon could solve the crisis in the demon world. Coincidentally, because of Kai Tian's preparations, the plane could be connected. That was why he thought that Lone Moon was the manager that Kai Tian had chosen and directly pulled him over. But Lone Moon had cultivated for hundreds of years and completely did not display the ability to control planes. In addition, Kai Tian did not respond. Godfiend was completely disappointed with the manager. In addition, after Shining transmigrated, she had always treated this world as a vacation. She did not reveal any of her abilities in terms of planes. In addition, Shining changed when she transmigrated. Even they could not predict her limits. This made Godfiend feel threatened and treated her as an intruder. He found a chance to kick Shining out of the plane together with Lone Moon after resolving the crisis in the demon world. Lone Moon wanted to beat Godfiend up, but on account that Kai Tian had already made a move, he endured it. After Kai Tian gave his instructions, he returned to the other plane. He had already accepted Shenjing's assistant seal. Even though he was originally a creation god here, he no longer belonged to this plane. That was why he could only go back and continue working for Shenjing. He might also have to add in Shenying's previous job. Chapter 298. Boss, we've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. The Godfiend, who knew the truth, blinked his eyes like stars. He looked at Shening with sparkling eyes. He no longer had the fake look from before. He looked very obedient. Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Wait my ass. He was the one who kicked them back to the plane. Sect Master, I knew you'd be different. Mengpe, who was basically implicated by the Godfiend, looked excited. Boss, I was blind not to recognize you before. In the future, we'll be at your beck and call and fight for a harmonious and perfect 3 realms for life. Sect Master, under your leadership, our 3 realms will definitely prosper and become better. Boss, all living beings in the 3 realms will become one. Sect Master, the glory plane will grow and multiply. Shining, Yiqing, Lone Moon, enough, the two of you became heaven-splitting ancient gods through flattery, right? Shining. Lone Moon nudged the person beside him. Didn't Shinjing tell you to come over and bind the plane first before you can be considered as the manager of this world? You should know how to operate it, right? Ha! Shinying's hand that was chewing on the fruit paused. Without Shinjing's suppression, she returned to her lazy self. What ha? You can begin. Only by binding the plane would one have the ability to open the plane door freely. And according to Shinjing, taking over the plane was very dangerous. He could not help but feel nervous. Oh. Shining nodded. She took a few steps forward lazily and closed her eyes. In less than 2 seconds, she opened them again. It's done. What? It's done. What happened to the promised danger? What happened to the what if? Shining nodded. This was too fast. There was no lightning or any special effects. At the very least, they should have signed a contract, right? Was the binding of the plane too casual, or was this plane too immoral? Oh yes. Shining suddenly thought of something. She turned to the god fiend. Do you have a pen and paper? Yes, yes, yes. The god fiend immediately nodded his head like a chick pecking at grains. With a wave of his hand, an illusion instantly materialized in front of him, along with a table and chairs. He smiled even more radiantly and said, "Boss, please." Shining walked over and sat down. She picked up the brush and started writing. After a while, she picked up the 2 pieces of paper and handed one over. What's this? Lone Moon subconsciously took it. Proof of you and chef's assistants. Lone Moon stared blankly at it. He read it carefully several times before he recognized what was written on the paper. I hereby hire Mr. Father to be the assistant plane manager of Q23333 Immortal Spirit Plane, and hereby grant this certificate. Plane Management Committee *year *month *day, winky face what the hell. So the position of a manager's assistant was also this casual. Just a piece of paper. Also, what was this brush writing that looked like a dog crawling? If you don't know how to use a brush, can't you make a fountain pen? And to hell with Father Nyo. Lone Moon was about to spew out his complaints. In the next moment, the paper in his hand suddenly lit up. A blinding golden light instantly enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, he felt a chill on his forehead. An unfamiliar symbol suddenly floated out of his body. It was an infinity symbol in the shape of an inverted figure 8. He didn't have time to think about what it was. Suddenly, those black words that looked like a dog crawling on the paper floated up. As if they were alive, they surrounded that symbol, getting tighter and tighter. With a ding sound, that symbol seemed to be crushed. It disappeared along with those words. Lone Moon only felt his entire body relax. As if there was something he didn't understand, but the connection that had been binding him was directly broken. In the next moment, the immortal power that was originally abundant in his body flowed out of his body like water. His cultivation also fell rapidly. From the original young emperor cultivation, it fell all the way to the bottom. Even Qi Refinement's endurance could not compare. He clenched his fists. But he didn't feel much like he had become immortal again. Instead, he felt like he was omnipotent. As if as long as he wanted, all the 3,000 worlds would be in front of his eyes. Even the god fiend and Mengpa beside him, who he thought had unfathomably high cultivation, were just like elementary school students in his eyes. The difference was only between them and middle school students. Apart from Shining, who still had a lazy expression on her face. She still looked like an ordinary person, but for some reason, an illusion of being unable to resist arose in his heart. So this was the manager's assistant? It felt like he had the authority of a GM. Lone Moon was a little confused. He turned to look at Yi Qing, who was also holding a piece of paper. Chef, you. He stopped mid-sentence. His eyes widened. Holy shit. In contrast to his relaxed expression, Chef's face was pale. He was sweating profusely. An infinity symbol also appeared on his body. But for some reason, the words on Shen Ying's letter of appointment only wrapped around that symbol. They did not directly crush it. And the longer time passed, the paler Chef's face became. Even his body seemed to be unstable. He fell straight down. Chef! Shen Ying helped him sit down. She looked at the infinity symbol that was still floating on his forehead. Her eyes turned cold. She turned to look at the god fiend behind her. What did you do to him? This meant that the rules of the plane were binding him. The god fiend's whole body trembled. His legs turned to jelly. He could not help but kneel down. Boss, this has nothing to do with me. He chose to transmigrate on his own. I couldn't stop him. Sect Master. Mengpo looked conflicted. Elder Yi Qing, in order to transmigrate to find you, he used up all his cultivation to open the plane gate. Now that his body is about to collapse, of course he can't withstand the manager's seal. What? Lone Moon exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. He transmigrated on his own. Wasn't it the god fiend who opened the plane gate? We don't have the ability to open the plane gate at any time, the god fiend said weakly. The god fiend said weakly. Otherwise, he would not have waited so long to send Shen Ying and Lone Moon back. What's more, there's a manager on that side. It was already very hard for him not to be discovered. But Shen Ying clearly helped him repair his body. When Chef first transmigrated, he indeed looked like he was on his last breath. But Shen Ying clearly used that healing device to heal him. What's more, when they went to that dead star, he even transformed into a phoenix. Nothing seemed to happen to him. Why did he suddenly become like this when he came back? This is the difference between planes. He doesn't belong to that plane, the god fiend continued. Because there was no manager before, even if you healed him on that plane, once he returned to this world, he would still change back to how he was before he left. Chapter 299. Lone Moon looked down. Indeed, streaks of blood appeared on Chef's body, as if something was cutting into his body. The glaring red even stained Shen Ying's clothes. He had seen Chef's injuries before. With the power of this plane, there was no way he could heal them. Then I'll create a new body for him. It was just a body. Given his current abilities, it was not difficult at all. No. Shen Ying rejected him directly. Why? He already has the assistant seal on him. Shen Ying glanced at the ball of black words. It's not his own body. The seal will reject him. And the seal could not be taken back. Reject? Lone Moon paused. Reject his body. Wouldn't that mean he can only be a floater in the future? Shit. Shen Jing said before that there could only be 2 assistants, and they could not be removed. That meant that Shen Ying could not take back the seal. Then what do we do? Actually, there is a solution. The god fiend raised his claws. Speak, what solution? The god fiend immediately said, his body is only injured. He can go to the mortal realm and reincarnate into a new body. The reincarnated body belonged to him. Isn't that obvious? Lone Moon rolled his eyes. Who didn't know that? But, I'm not going. Chef retorted directly. He grabbed Shen Ying's hand. Reincarnation has to go through the river of forgetfulness. I will forget everything, forget Master. If I don't remember. His face grew paler. Even his breathing was faintly discernible. He paused for a while before finishing his sentence. If I don't remember, then, when Master is hungry, who will cook? What if he was famished? What if other people did not make it to his taste? Lone Moon, Shening, the God Fiend, Meng Pe, flips table. Degree, is the main point cooking? You're about to die and you're still thinking about cooking. How professional are you? Shening did not find a manager assistant. This was a damn nanny. Don't you have any other way? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Putting aside the matter of cooking, if Chef entered the cycle of reincarnation and forgot everything in the past, would he still be the same chef? Actually, you can. You don't have to forget, the God Fiend said weakly. What do you mean? Wasn't it said that once one's soul entered the river of forgetfulness, all memories of their past lives would be erased and they wouldn't be able to remember anything? As long as Mengpa personally brings him to the lower realm to be reincarnated. He turned to look at Mengpa beside him. Granny Meng was stunned. She seemed to recall something and nodded repeatedly. That's right. I can send him down. This way, we won't have to go through the river of forgetfulness and our memories won't be erased. There's no need for that. Shening suddenly said. The few of them turned to look at her. Shening raised her hand and pointed at the assistant imprint that was wrapped up in front of him. In the next moment, the imprint sank directly into Chef's forehead. Chef's body also began to emit a white light, getting brighter and brighter. In a short while, his entire body was wrapped in white light. Master! Yi Qing panicked and grabbed Shen Ying's hand. I'll look for you. Shening looked straight at him. Yi Qing's expression changed. After a long while, he slowly let go. In a short while, he was completely wrapped up in the ball of light. His body also began to become smaller and smaller. Shening raised her hand and he flew out. In a short while, he disappeared. Where did you send him? Lone Moon was stunned. Nothing much. I just returned to the lower realm. Ha! What did she mean? Shening did not answer. She only turned back to look at the God Fiend. Next. It was time to settle scores. The God Fiend suddenly felt his entire body become heavy. A huge pressure covered the sky and covered the earth. He could not even think of resisting. The God Fiend directly knelt down. Although he did not have a physical body, his body distorted as if he was going to disappear in the next moment. Shening walked towards him step by step. With every step she took, the pressure around her increased. Her voice was not as lazy as before. She said word by word, "Indeed, I won't feel good if I don't beat you up." "Wait, boss." The God Fiend hurriedly shouted for mercy. "I can explain. I didn't know it would be like this. Help." Before he could finish speaking, Shen Ying's fist had already landed. In a moment, the entire divine realm reverberated with his tragic cries. Shening was probably really furious this time. She did not hold back at all. Even the entire divine realm cracked and cracked, not to mention the God Fiend who was facing her anger. It was a tragic sight. Anyone who heard it would feel sad. Anyone who saw it would cry. So, Lone Moon directly turned his head away. He chose not to look. 0 ******** Shening beat the God Fiend for a whole half an hour. This was the highest she had ever beaten before she stopped. There was not a single piece of uninjured flesh on the God Fiend's body. Lone Moon did not know what she had done, but the god fiend's injuries could not be healed using sorcery. He could only lie on the ground, crying out in pain. This was definitely the worst that the god fiend had ever been in. If not for the fact that Chef was already in the lower realm, Shining probably would not have stopped. Let's go. Shining opened up a path and waved at Father Nyo. Sect Master, Elder Lone Moon, why don't I send you off? Mengpe, who had been watching the whole time, hurriedly suggested. I'm the most familiar with things in the lower realm. I can find people right away. Lone Moon was about to reply when Shining beat him to it. No need. But Sect Master, Mengpe. She still wanted to say something, but Shining suddenly turned to look at her. In the future, you don't have to call me Sect Master anymore. Ha! Mengpo froze. When you sent us back the last time, although I can understand your position, but, as expected, you will still be angry. Shining looked at her seriously. The child that she had raised chose to stand on the other side. So, from now on, you are no longer a disciple of Invincible Sect. With that said, she did not stay any longer. She directly brought Father Nyo to the lower realm. Only a pale-faced Mengpo was left. She stood rooted to the ground, as if she had lost her soul. She did not move for a long time. Perhaps she really stood for too long. The god fiend, who was lying on the ground, could not help but tug at the corner of her clothes. Hey, are you all right? Mengpe still did not move. What's wrong? There was still no response. A moment later, there was a dripping sound. A water droplet fell and hit the god fiend's hand. Why are you crying? Mengpe seemed to wake up. Her legs gave way and she sat on the ground. She wailed loudly. Wah! It's all your fault, all your fault, all your fault. I said I don't want Sect Master to go back, but you refused to listen. You even said it was for the 3 realms. It's all because of you that she's angry at me. You don't have to be so sad, do you? I didn't know that she was the manager that Kai Tian found. I don't care. Give Sect Master back to me, give her back to me. Wah! Mengpe became more and more upset as she cried. As she cried, she even hammered the person beside her. Wait, don't hit me. Ouch! I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Wah! Why was he always the one getting beaten up? Chapter 300. Shen Ying's so-called reloading was actually to bring Chef's body back to its original state when he was not injured. This was one of the powers of the manager. The manager managed everything in this plane, including time and space. But Chef's reloading meant that he returned to the stage of a newbie. In other words, he had to return to the lower realm to cultivate until his body was old enough to accept the temporarily sealed assistant seal. In other words, you asked Chef to reload his account. Loneman's eyes widened. Chef already had the cultivation of a divine supreme. This reloading was equivalent to tens of thousands of years of hard work going back to the beginning. He was definitely not gloating over Chef's misfortune. 0, no. Shining shook her head. His body is still the same as before. What do you mean? Shining glanced at him and said, he's a divine being. The smile on Loneman's face froze. He cursed, holy shit. I hate people who were born at the finish line. Even reloading his account was at the finish line. Then where did you send him? Shining waved her hand and the two of them arrived at a place with green mountains and clear waters. There was a small village in front of them. There were many people working in the fields. Why do I feel that this place looks familiar? Lone Moon subconsciously sensed for a moment. In an instant, everything in this world appeared in his mind. Holy shit, isn't this the 3 Azure Realms? It was the lower realm that they had transmigrated from. But now it was one of the 3,000 realms. You reloaded Chef to this place. Shining nodded and pointed to the front. He's here. Indeed, there was a child who was not even half his waist tall walking towards them. Although he was much smaller, his face was exactly the same as when he was in the divine realm. It really was reloading. Even his figure had returned. But the terrible injuries on his body had all disappeared. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. His figure flashed and he appeared beside the child. He raised his hand in greeting. Chef, why are you? Before he finished speaking, the child acted as if he did not see him. He walked past him and walked towards a small path. His little face was cold the whole time. He did not even look at Lone Moon. What the hell? Lone Moon stared blankly for a long while, even forgetting to put down his raised hand. Looking at Chef walking away, he finally understood what was going on. In a flash, he returned to Xinying's side. What's going on? Didn't you say that he wouldn't lose his memory? Her attitude clearly didn't seem like she knew him. I just sealed it, Xinying replied. After thinking for a moment, she added, legacy. Lone Moon paused, then reacted immediately. The dragon race had their own heritage. Chef's memories naturally had this heritage. Although his body was an innate sword embodiment like before, he still could not bear the heritage of the dragon race. Therefore, he could only seal it for now. It would probably take a long time before he could slowly unseal it. In other words, he still did not have the slightest bit of cultivation. Why did he suddenly feel more comforted? Wait. He suddenly thought of a problem. Then, do we have to stay here and watch him grow up before we can go back? Yeah. Right my ass. What was the difference between that and reincarnation? As a manager, is it really okay for you to slack off? Yet they couldn't just leave Chef here. He was no different from a real mortal now. Who knew what would happen if they left him here? Go and stop him. Lone Moon pushed Xinying. You have to at least get your disciple back, right? Although he was originally a divine race, if he did not cultivate, who knew when he would receive the assistant seal? Oh. Go, get your disciple back. Only then did Xinying slowly walk over to that side. The child who was stopped again did not walk directly from the side this time. He stopped in his tracks and looked up at the woman in front of him. His eyes were filled with confusion. Xinying squatted down and looked straight at the child in front of her. Remembering Father Nyo's instructions, she asked seriously, do you know how to cook? The child, Lone Moon, there was a moment of silence. Straight-faced the next moment, he ran away. The child looked at her warily, then turned around and ran in the direction he came from. It would be weird if he didn't run. Lone Moon was so angry that his liver hurt. I asked you to take him in as a disciple. Who asked you to ask him how to cook? It was good enough that he was not treated as a lunatic. Oh. Xinying was still that lazy look. She used to say the same thing. Forget it, he should be living in this village. Lone Moon took a deep breath. Let's hurry and get him back. We must let him start cultivating as soon as possible. That way, he can recover his memory faster. Lone Moon was just about to pull Xinying to chase after him when he suddenly heard a beep. It sounded 3 times as if some alarm had been triggered. The sound was a little familiar. This is... Lone Moon was stunned and could not react for a moment. Plain alarm. Xinying spoke. She raised her hand that was being grabbed and pointed at the wristband on his hand that was lit up with a red light. Lone Moon then remembered that this wristband was one of the many things that Shinjing had forced onto Shining. She was in a bad mood then and just said, "It will be useful." She did not expect that it could also send out a plane alarm. Just as he was thinking, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. An anxious godfiend suddenly sent a voice transmission. "Boss, it's not good. The providence of the three realms has suddenly started to riot. I can't control it." "What?" Lone Moon was shocked. Godfiend was in charge of the order of this plane. The providence was also the foundation of this world's stability. A riot of providence meant that something big had happened in this plane. "Shining, do you feel anything?" "Not at the moment." Shining shook her head. "Then let's go back to Godfiend and take a look." "But Chef." She pointed not far away. "You keep an eye on Chef. I'll be right back." Lone Moon quickly instructed. With that, his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Shining was stunned. She slowly put down her hand and then finished the second half of her sentence. "There's something strange." Forget it. It's not important anyway." I Ching lived in a dilapidated little thatched cottage at the outermost part of the village. The house was not big. One look and you could tell that it was an abandoned house. It could barely be used for living. There was a big tree in front. Beside the tree was a half-collapsed house with some miscellaneous items. I Ching, who had shrunk into a little bean again, opened the door and saw Shining outside. He was stunned for a while. He seemed to remember that she was the person who stopped him on the road just now. His two little brows furrowed. The two of them just stared at each other for a long time. He then asked tentatively, "Are you hungry?" Shining nodded. The kind that did not eat breakfast." Chapter 301. So it was because she was hungry that she had been following him. The child looked as if he had figured out the reason. He then opened the door to the courtyard. "Come in." Shining followed his advice and walked in. She scanned the room, which was old and shabby, but still relatively clean. She turned to look at the little being who was busy at the side. Perhaps it was because of the time difference in the divine realm, he was already a 10-year-old child in the time she took to beat up the god fiend. "Wait here for a while." He turned to enter the house and took out 2 salted fish from somewhere. "These were given to me by Granny Wong from the village. These are all I have." Shining looked at the salted fish in his hand and did not say anything. "You don't know how to cook?" Seeing that she did not take it, the child could only ask. "No." She shook her head firmly. He looked at the salted fish awkwardly and then glanced at the half-collapsed house. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. "Wait a moment." He walked in. Shining then realized that it was originally a kitchen. She could even see a stove. He stood on tiptoe and placed the salted fish on the stove. He ran back to the well in the yard to get a bucket of water and carried it in. He then moved an old chair over and began to brush the pot on the stove. As he brushed, he said to Shining, who had no intention of doing anything, "I've never cooked before. I don't know if I know how to." As he spoke, he brushed the pot even faster. It was as if his body was instinctive. Even the salted fish, who did not know how to cook at all, had a dozen methods in his mind. He subconsciously muttered, "It's a pity there's no rice." "I have it," Shining suddenly said. The child who was brushing the pot was startled. He turned to look at Shining, who had suddenly approached him. Before he could react, Shining reached into the pouch beside her and pulled hard. The pouch was only the size of a pouch, but in an instant, she pulled out a sack that was even bigger than his body. It was filled with white rice grains, each crystal clear and plump, and he could faintly see a faint white gas coming from it. Here. Xining placed the sack at his feet. The child jumped down from the shabby chair and curiously looked at these seemingly beautiful grains of rice. For some reason, another thought emerged in his mind. He opened his mouth and said, "Red spirit beast meat is very fragrant, but it's a pity that there's no. I do." Before he could finish his words, the person in front of him took out another piece of bright red meat from the bag. His eyes widened even more. "Red spirit beast and ordinary chicken, I do." She took out another piece of chicken. That immortal spirit goat. I have it." He took it out. "Swamp beast, I do." He continued digging. "Fresh fragrant grass, I have it." He was still digging. "Onion and ginger, I have it." He dug around without restraint. "Oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, I have it." Willful took it out. "Pots and pans, I have." 10 minutes later, the kitchen floor was filled with all kinds of ingredients. Even the yard outside was filled with them. The child was shocked at first, but he was completely calm towards the end. He turned and climbed back onto the shabby chair and quickly started cooking. The more he cooked, the more confused he became. He had never cooked before, but once he got the ingredients, his body knew what to do subconsciously, as if it was instinct. An hour later, fragrant dishes filled the entire table. Xining didn't need anyone to call her. She was already sitting in front of the table, and like a gale sweeping leaves, she began to eat. On the other hand, the little bean at the side had a confused look on his face, as if he had no idea what was going on. He glanced at the person eating happily beside him, but he didn't feel the slightest bit out of place, as if this was how it was supposed to be. He turned to look at the leftover ingredients on the floor, and then nudged the person next to him. "Do you want to keep it?" Xining stopped eating, and directly pulled off the storage bag beside her and handed it over. The child was stunned, and subconsciously took it, only then did he understand that she wanted him to keep it. He swung his legs and slid down from the chair, and began to put the ingredients on the floor into the storage bag one by one. The more he stuffed, the more surprised he was. He had never seen such a magical bag. There were so many things in it, but it wasn't heavy at all, as if it could never be filled. He couldn't help but flip it left and right twice. After a while, he walked back and handed it back to the big sister who suddenly appeared at his doorstep. But she didn't take it. As she ate, she raised her chin at him vaguely. "It's yours." "It was originally chef's, she just brought it over." "Huh?" He was shocked, and his little eyes widened. "You want to give it to me?" "Yes." He was a little hesitant, and after thinking for a while, he put it back beside Xining. "I can't take it." "Huh?" Xinying's hands paused, and subconsciously replied, "Then what about cooking in the future? Do you still want to cook?" He was stunned. "Don't you want to?" she asked. Oh. Only then did he put the bag back. His little shoulders slumped. He seemed to be pestered by this strange big sister. He squeezed the bag in his hand. He was still a child after all. His eyes were bright, as if curious and excited. He looked at Xining, who was eating, as if he wanted to ask something but didn't know where to start. Xining felt a little uncomfortable under his stare. She pointed to the bowl and said, "Eat first. We'll talk after eating." He looked down and shook his head. "I actually don't need to eat." "Huh?" Xining looked up. As if afraid that she would misunderstand, he immediately explained hurriedly, I mean, I've never been hungry since I was young." I don't know why either. After he said that, he seemed to remember something and added, this is my secret. Big sister, don't tell anyone, okay? Although he was only 10 years old, he still vaguely understood some things. For someone like him who didn't need to eat, it must be abnormal. He had never told anyone this secret before. He didn't know why he blurted it out today, as if he instinctively thought that it was okay to tell her. Oh, Shining replied. Then, as if remembering something, she continued to eat. Shining ate very quickly, but there were too many dishes on the table. After half an hour, she had only eaten less than half of them. She kept eating, and the child kept watching from the side. He tried his best to hold back the questions in his heart, watching as she was about to put down her chopsticks. His little face lit up instantly. Just as he was about to speak, a young male voice suddenly came from outside the house. Hey! Wild boy, are you there? A little head squeezed through the door of the courtyard. He scanned the courtyard, and a glimmer of light that didn't belong to his age flashed in his eyes. Shen Ying's hand paused. Yo! Chapter 302. The child frowned and seemed a little unhappy. He jumped down from the chair and opened the door to walk out. Dog, why are you here? The child at the door was also an orphan who suddenly appeared in the village like him. Both of them had no memories and lived in the abandoned houses at the entrance of the village. The villagers would help them from time to time, and the two of them lived in the village for 5 or 6 years. Perhaps because of their personalities, although they had the same experiences, the two of them did not have much contact. I told you not to call me dog, my name is Jing Qi. The child frowned and thought of something. He shook the sweet potato in his hand and said with enthusiasm, Grandma Wang gave me a sweet potato. Let's eat it together. No need. He shook his head. Jing Qi did not listen to him at all. He directly stuffed the sweet potato into his hand, and the child had to catch it. Eat, eat. Jing Qi urged. He took a bite and looked at the child while eating. We are in the same boat. It's normal to help each other. He chuckled and looked generous. His eyes rolled as if he thought of something. He snorted and said, this village is full of unruly people. How dare they say it's a village protected by immortals? They live a rich life and harvest every year, but they usually ignore us. Where is the demeanor of an immortal? Isn't it because we are young and easy to bully? The child was stunned. He glanced at the sweet potato in his hand and subconsciously frowned. He felt that there was something wrong with what he said, but he could not tell what it was. The more Jing Qi spoke, the angrier he became. As if eager to find a sense of approval, he patted the child's shoulder. Wild boy, believe it or not, one day I will stand out. At that time, I will no longer have to rely on others and trample all these snobs under my feet. The child was stunned. After a while, he nodded. He just wanted him to leave quickly. I knew it. Only you can understand me. His expression lit up, and he laughed like a little adult. Just for the sake of your trust, I, your brother, will protect you in the future. Do you want to go out with me? Go out of the village. The child immediately shook his head. Everyone says that the outside of the village is very dangerous. We can't go out. You believe that? Jing Qi rolled his eyes and snorted. Soon, the danger will not be outside the village but inside the village. If you... what's that smell? He suddenly sniffed and seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up and he said, Oh right, I heard from Grandma Wang that she gave you 2 salted fish. You must not know what to do, right? Why don't I help you? Without waiting for his reply, she pushed open the door and walked in. Wait. He hurriedly chased after her. The other party had already seen Xining sitting inside, and the table in front of her that was filled with unfinished food. He was completely stunned, as if he had never expected to see such a scene. He stared at the table full of dishes, and there were faint sounds of swallowing. When the child hurriedly chased after him, his little face immediately scrunched up into a ball, and he looked at the person who rushed in with a disapproving expression. The child called Jing Qi tried his best to control the desire in his eyes as he looked at the food. He smiled politely at Xining and said in an innocent voice, "Big sister, are you eating?" As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach made a growling sound. Xinying's eyes narrowed, and she replied, "Yes." Then, as if she did not see his longing gaze, she continued to slurp down the dishes on the table, and the sound became louder than before. There were not many dishes on the table to begin with, and now they were disappearing rapidly. Soon, there was only half a plate of shredded meat left. A trace of anxiety flashed in Jing Qi's eyes, but he did not dare to ask for more. After some thought, he turned to look at the child beside him and smiled. "Wild boy, who is this beautiful big sister? Is she your lost family member?" The child looked up at Xining, and then at the person who had come. Only then did he remember that he had not asked who the other party was, and did not know how to answer. But Jing Qi thought that he was acquiescing, and his smile became even brighter. "I am happy for you that you can find your family, but aren't you being too much? I didn't know that you were eating so well, and I was worried that you would not be full, so I sent you sweet potatoes." As he laughed, he patted his shoulder vigorously. "We are all brothers, so I won't stand on ceremony with you." With that said, he did not wait for a response, as if he could not bear it anymore, and directly picked up his chopsticks to pick up the plate of shredded meat. "Wait!" The child panicked, instinctively looking at Xining. Xining did not move at first, but when the other party's chopsticks were about to pick up the food, she suddenly reached out and lifted the bowl, causing the other party to pick up nothing. Then, in front of the other party, she slurped it all into her mouth, leaving not even a bit of gravy. Only then did she put down the bowl, touch her belly, and say, "I'm full." The child, Jing Qi, his entire body froze, as if he had not expected that the other party would be so shameless as to snatch food from a child, not even leaving any gravy. His face immediately paled, and his face was full of disbelief. Instead, the child beside him thought of something, and ran back to the kitchen, took out something and handed it to him. "Doggy, this is for you." Unsurprisingly, it was the 2 salted fish. Jing Qi was stunned for a moment, and a sense of humiliation that he had never felt before rose in his heart. Anger suddenly surged, and he slapped the child's hand away. "What do you mean? Do you think I'm a beggar?" Not knowing if it was because of anger, his entire face turned red, and his whole body began to tremble. "Wild kid, I did not expect you to be like the people in the village, such a selfish person. Do you think I care about your dishes?" The child touched his red hand. At first, he was not angry, but now he frowned and said seriously, "These are big sisters, I can't give them to you on her behalf, but the salted fish are mine." With that said, he handed the fish in his hand. "You." The other party became even angrier. He looked at Xining, as if he wanted to explode in anger, but in the end he was afraid, and could only turn to glare at the child beside him. "To think that I thought you were different from the others, and wanted to help you, I did not expect. Humph, you will pay for your stupidity." He seemed to have thought of something, and with a cold snort, he turned and stormed out. He looked as if the other party had really let down his great kindness. On the other hand, the child looked confused, completely not knowing what was going on. He was not wrong, those dishes were all brought by Big Sister, he was only responsible for cooking. Of course, Doggy had to ask Big Sister if he wanted to eat. Just as he was thinking, a big hand landed on his head. That big sister who could conjure many ingredients suddenly reached out and touched his head, looking straight into his eyes. He only felt a warmth in his heart, and a sense of joy rose in him for no reason. Was Big Sister comforting him? He subconsciously moved closer, wanting to let this trace of warmth linger a little longer. But he saw that she suddenly bent down and gave him a beautiful smile that made his heart tremble. In the next moment, a sweet voice sounded in his ear. "It's time to wash the dishes." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.